Good afternoon, everyone. It is Pal Ponder on Weather coming to you live here. It is 3 o'clock with live storm coverage this afternoon into the evening time frame. We've got a very busy day ahead. We just had a tornado watch issued a couple of minutes ago. That actually goes on until all the way until 11 o'clock. So we're going to wait for more people to come on board. But we got a busy evening. I'm going to be here with you every step of the way, watch and giving you live coverage, so we can protect you as best as possible, and put you out of harm's way. So let's really get into it right now. So it's important, if you're watching me from Facebook as well as YouTube, it's important to share the live feed. Get this out to as many people as possible, that we're going to be doing extended coverage for the duration of the event. The tornado watch goes until 11 o'clock this evening. So that's 8 hours of at least of live storm coverage from the entire start, for the beginning to the end. And so people need to be made aware there's potential dangers are going to be in their backyard, next over the next probably couple of hours. So here's the tornado watch that was just issued. So it does include even point southbound, as far as south as the Waco area, the Killeen, down to Brownwood, all the way into portions of Abilene, into Fort Worth, all the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. It goes all the way up until Athens, Terrell, Garland, McKinney, Flower Mound, extends all the way up into portions of Wichita Falls, where you can see some activity has already started to fire. And then it extends all the way into Oklahoma as well. So we've got Vernon, Lawton, Ardmore, Gainesville, Paris, Sulphur Springs. All those areas are included under the tornado watch currently right now. So let's go over the parameters on this. So we're talking about primary threats are a few tornadoes are likely, with a couple intense tornadoes. We are under what was referred to as a hatched risk, meaning we do have the possibility of this atmosphere saying, hey, it's primed for tornadoes potentially, and some of those could be strong tornadoes. So the watch does include a few tornadoes likely, and a couple could be intense tornadoes possible. Widespread large hail, isolated very large hail, events up to 3 inches in diameter. That is your tennis ball to baseball size hail is a possibility with this activity. And then you have scattered damaging winds of upwards to possibly 70 miles an hour. So you got all modes, all hazards on the table. The National Weather Service did, in fact, throw up the balloon about 2 o'clock. And at 2, which a lot of the short range guidances had, it still had a little bit of a capping inversion there. That's why nothing really popped between 2 and 3. But now the cap is definitely eroding, and you're starting to see more showers and thunderstorms start to erupt off this off the boundary. There's a warm front that's lifting from the south, and then there's a dry line that's coming in for out west. So the dew points have rapidly surged all the way up in the middle 60s now. So there's plenty of moisture, and it's still going to be going up over the next couple of hours. So if all this really starts to come together, especially as we head towards the 5, 6, 7, 8 o'clock time frame over the Metroplex, things are going to get really busy, folks. So, hey, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in to live coverage. So it's one of those things you need to secure loose objects right now the best as possible. If you got trampolines, you got flags, you got any patio furniture, anything like that could be like flying projectiles, and then your cars. You saw the watch. I mean, it does have the capability of producing quarter, golf ball, some tennis ball, some baseball size. Obviously, if you got anything that hits, quarter size, a golf ball size hail or larger, hits your vehicle, it's going to do damage. There's no question. So right now is the time, if you have available space in your garage or a carport or something of that nature where you can get your car protected, I would slowly advise to do that, because there's no guarantee it's going to hail at your house. We can't promise you that, but we can promise you the atmosphere is prime for potential large hail today. And if some of those larger hailstones land in your backyard, some of those can do some damage, not only to your cars, but also to your roof as well. So you need to protect yourself as much as possible. So that's the tornado watch happening right now until 11 o'clock. So let me take these off, and so we'll get into uh, some of these warnings that are going to be unfolding. So right now you can actually see this is what we had. There's isolated supercells starting to form out in West Texas. So we've got a cell that just now turned severe by Runaway Bay. So this is a cell that has some 60-mile-per-hour winds and some a quarter-inch hail associated with it. This is going to be for Montague County and Young County, Wise County, as well as Jack County. So there was a severe thunderstorm over the Jacksboro area, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour, some 60-mile-per-hour winds, and some quarter-size hail attached with this particular setup. So definitely be on high alert for some potential higher wind gusts within that region and into some quarter size hail. So you're going to have the initial phase. You're going to have this initial phase going to be lifting northeast, especially these storms that are popping out west. So once they hit the Metroplex, because we have a dry line coming in, and as soon as they make that eastward turn, so they are expected somewhere in the vicinity of the Dallas-Fort Worth area of making that eastward turn, that's when things, I think, can go downhill quickly. Whenever you have an eastward projecting thunderstorm, east-southeast especially, when it dives southeast, so it's going to be a turn of northeast to east and then southeast. Once it turns southeast, that is usually prolific for very large hail to form within that corridor. So I'm not sure exactly where that turn is going to be, but when that happens, that's going to be a signal and saying, hey, we really got to be able to look out for some bigger size hail that might come out of that. That's when I think they're going to have the potential to seeing some of those, very large hails, that some of the tennis ball size, some baseball size is definitely not out of the question. Let's hope it don't get to softball size. We don't want any of that type stuff around. But the atmosphere is prime, and the tornado watch does include up to 3-inch potential diameter hail with this storm. So there's also another storm up here by Wichita Falls. So there's another severe thunderstorm up by Wichita Falls. Also has some 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and some quarter-size hail. This was also moving about 40 miles an hour. So we're just at the initial stages of these severe storms just now turning kind of borderline severe. But you can see with every frame here, we're starting to get more little cells that start to pop up across the I-20 corridor. There's back into Weatherford and to portions of Wichita, Mineral Wells here. Hey, Jameson. Hey, I appreciate it. Thanks so much for the donation. Where's the highest potential? It's all within the tornado watch. It's just the tornado watch, the dynamics, the entire tornado watch. Somewhere within that tornado watch, it has the capability of producing up to 3-inch hail. We can't tell you exactly where some 3-inch hail may fall. Even if we get 3-inch hail, that's just what the atmosphere is saying it's capable of if it transpires. So, but yeah. All areas could get, at least pea size, nickel size, dime size, quarter size, ping pong size, portions of, tennis ball size, golf ball, baseball size. So it's not like 100% widespread coverage. There are going to be some areas that might even only get a couple tenths of an inch. It never usually is 100% widespread coverage on these severe weather events. But the larger hail is about 30% of that severe that tornado watch. So somewhere in that vicinity, about 30% of that area, that huge area that includes Central Texas, North Texas, West Texas, all the way up into southern Oklahoma, all that area has the potential, same 30% of that area has the potential seeing at least maybe quarter size hail potentially. and then some of those could be larger. So, but right now we'll just play it by ear. We'll take it hour by hour. We'll watch everything unfold. So right now we're just concerned about this. See this isolated nature of these storms. This is what the concerning factor is, because this isn't going to be like a solid line of storms. This is not going to be like a squall line. These are isolated storms. This is what makes them big time hail producers and tornadic spin ups. So I am expecting the tornado threat to ramp up probably about 5-6 o'clock. I think that's when you'll have a little bit better capability of seeing a tornado starting then. Not to say that you can see one before. It's just that's when we start to see the prime activity start to really unfold as we get into the 5, 6, 7, 8 o'clock time frame. Could last until 9 o'clock. So right now you can actually see these thunderstorms are getting a little bit higher in intensity, right? So they're getting a little bit darker reds. They got some purples associated with them. That's always an indication of some of those larger hail, right? So as soon as the radar turns blue, right here by Vineyard, that is definitely an indication of some larger hail coming out of that storm. So you can actually see this is the hail radar, and showing you that where that white is, that's where the hail is currently right now. That's moving northeast towards the Runaway Bay area. So this is where the hail is currently right now. So there's several isolated supercells. So any one of these we'll have to watch. So any one of these could actually turn into a supercell that has large hail potential. And once they form, once they break the cap, and once they form, there's going to be segments of hail extending for probably a long periods of time. So that's the concern, and why it can be a little bit more widespread, because once the cap breaks fully and those storms are able to tower 50, 60, probably 65,000 maybe feet in the atmosphere, that's when you can really get some of that larger hail. And then everything, there's no capping inversion to limit that updraft any longer. So once those big hailstones fall, then you're probably going to have paths, these training aspects of larger hail along a linear path along these as the storm movement, as it moves. Some of these moves northeast, and then we'll have to watch for that eastward, southeast turn out of some of these storms. So all right, so let's look at these cloud tops right now. So this is kind of gives you an indication of where we're standing. This is about 40,000 feet. So this is easily bust the cap. That basically tells you right there that there is no capping inversion any longer. That's 44,000 feet. That's another 42,000 feet. So yes, the cap is already eroded. That's 46,000 feet out here, up here by south of Archer City. And up here by Wichita Falls, that's around 44,000 feet. So we're getting solid indication that the cap has broken out west, and there's more activity already forming. Bigger cloud tops over Flower Mound. They're at 29,000 feet, so they're getting a little bit higher and higher. So we're going to be starting to see a lot of activity really start to kind of light up the radar. And we'll have to watch these things as they turn severe and track these things throughout the rest of the evening. Hey, Jennifer, how are you doing? Hey, Corey, will it come towards Mesquite? Yes, everything will be heading out east. It's going to be a little bit before Mesquite, but you can see there's going to be some isolated activity ahead of it too. So it's not going to be a solid squall line, guys. This is just going to be pop up thunderstorms that are going to be severe and could be supercellular. So there's going to be, this isn't like from a west to east progression. There's activity from the south, rising from the south. So you can see these one approaching the I-20 corridor. There's another one towards the Coffin area and out towards Weatherford. So you got activity out to the northwest and out west, and then you also have storms by Waco. Waco is included in the tornado watch. Even Austin is included in the tornado watch. So Tyler, almost to Tyler. Tyler's not officially in the tornado watch, but they probably will be, once they get towards 9, 10 o'clock time frame. Yes, all these areas have the potential to see hail today. It's a huge area. I can go back and kind of get everybody up to speed. Um, yeah, this is one of those days that has a high potential for very large hail. So what this basically means is this red shaded area. So if you live in the red shaded area, and that's a big area, right? It includes Waco, Mahia, Sulphur Springs, Dallas, McKinney, Sherman, Wichita Falls, Graham, all those areas. So basically it says, hey, we have a 30% probability of some of these areas of seeing some larger hail, which we classified as a 1 inch or greater. And a hatched risk, which is what this is, has the possibility of seeing 2 inches or greater within this red shaded area. And you have a 30% probability of seeing that. In the yellow shaded area, you have a 15% probability. So double the probability basically over the heart of the Metroplex to seeing some of these larger hailstones. It doesn't guarantee it's going to hail 2 inches in McKinney or guarantee 2 inches in Dallas or 2 inches in Sulphur Springs. We don't know exactly where the biggest hail is going to fall. It's just within this area, you're gonna have the probability, a greater probability, a 30% probability of seeing some larger hailstones, out of this activity. And then you have the tornado, and that's why we have the tornado watch in place. Same thing with the tornado watch. This got elevated as well. So this one was elevated up to a hatched risk. So these are the areas that have a 10% probability within the yellow shaded area. It's not to say the green is a 2%, the brown is a 5%, the yellow is a 10%. So obviously 10% is much higher probability of seeing a tornado within this yellow shaded corridor. And because it's a hatched risk, since it's outlined in black, that depicts saying, hey, it has the probability of seeing a strong tornado, or what's referred to as an intense tornado, which is what the watch is forecasting potentially until 11 o'clock. So it's not to say you have a little bit lighter probability if you live outside the yellow into, say, the McKinney area towards Sherman and Gainesville. All these areas in brown still could see a tornado, but you have a little bit lesser probability. And the same thing down here into Austin, even lesser probability of seeing a tornado. So there's some of the risk zones, but either way, don't get so fixated on the colors, right? Don't get so fixated on the colors. We're in the event. So we are in the event right now, and we're going to go watch this unfold. So, as we get through the nighttime time frame. All right, so let me take that off. All right, let's go back to real-time coverage now. So we're definitely getting a lot more activity starting to bubble up, right? So we're starting to see a little bit more isolation with these supercells. The cloud tops, we already got confirmation the cloud tops are getting stronger. We've had cloud tops are 40 up to 45,000 feet in space. That easily tells you the cap is broken out west, and storms are coming. So this is for Weatherford. They just got issued severe thunderstorm warning. So this is newly issued at 3:15. So 3:15, there was a severe thunderstorm that was located near the Brock area. So that was 8 miles south of Mineral Wells. This one's moving east at 55 miles an hour. So there's your east turn, guys. We're seeing the east turn already. So that tells you maybe a little bit larger hail, right? And this one has the capability of producing possibly up to 1.25 inches. So, right. So this is the biggest hail probability of so far of this event. And because this one's starting to turn, make that eastward turn, has a bigger size hail producer. And then eventually it could turn southeast. So when it turns southeast, it's probably going to turn, crank it up another notch and have some of those bigger hailstones associated with them. So we'll just have to watch this play out. And hey, thanks for the detailed reports. Hey, you're welcome. Hey, it's busy, guys. I was live for like 8 hours the other day. It was outside of Dallas, but it was still on Friday. We got this event tonight, and this was kind of a surprise event, right? This one came up. This really, all the dynamics kind of came together at the last minute. These are the ones that could have, are from based on my experience looking at this stuff for 30 years. These are the ones we have to be more concerned about when all the dynamics weren't there and showing in the ensembles like 2 or 3 days ahead of time. It started to make hints yesterday. So that's why I posted, hey, we're under went from marginal to slight. And then I was thinking, hey, it's going to at least go enhanced in the morning, which it did. And then it got upgraded again this morning, later in the morning, to that hatched risk, into the expanded hatched risk for large hail. So we just had a lot of dynamics just like really come together. And this one's at peak heating. So peak heating events typically are the worst. It's 3 o'clock, right? I mean, this is 3 o'clock. This is typically your warmest time of the day. And this is when a lot of the instability is all coming together. And you got the dew points prime. It's up 65 right now, and they look to rise at even a couple more degrees. More moisture gets wrapped up in these cells, the greater the instability, the greater some of these updrafts are going to be. We've got a significant shortwave trough that's going to come in at the mid latitudes, have a lot of rotation, create surface-based supercells. So this is what we're seeing right now, and especially the beginning stages of that eastward turn could possibly start to really turn big time severe thunderstorms over the next couple of hours. So all right, so we got some activity right now, not severe, but that's in Corinth. In the Corinth area, there's more activity trying to form a little bit higher above that. So we're definitely seeing more areas of concern, more areas of showers and thunderstorms sporadically pop up across the Metroplex, and even point south by Waco, just north of Waco along I-35. And then, of course, all the activity out west, which is already severe. We've had confirmation this is, already broke the cap out here. And that's why these are on the borderline severe range as these continue to lift. Some lift northeast and some are lifting eastbound. And then there's another cell out west towards Abilene that started to pop as well. It's got a special weather statement on it. That's got some 50 mile per hour winds and some nickel size hail to that particular storm. So that one's not severe yet, but it probably will be going severe in the next 10, 15 minutes. Yes, Austin will get a little bit of severe weather. That's not until way later tonight. So it's going to be way later tonight, but you are included in the tornado watch. But it's not going to be until 9, 10 o'clock for probably the Austin area. That's just further south until these storms start to turn, east, southeast. You're pretty good right now in the Austin area. All right, so this one looks like it rose. All right, there you go. There's golf ball size hail, guys. This is the first golf ball size hail of the day, potentially. Has the potential to, at least. There was a storm at 310 that was located over the Bowie area. That was near Bowie. This is by Lake Amon Carter, or 14 miles south of the Bowie area. That was moving at 45 miles an hour. So locations in the path of this storm are Decatur, the Bridgeport, and this is where you can see some golf ball size hail potentially within this corridor. Decatur, Bridgeport, Bowie, Jacksboro, the Chico area into Runaway Bay, portions of Lake Bridgeport. So let's see if we can see where that larger hail is right now. All right, so we got sporadic activity, and this is not what you want to see, right? There's an activity by Jacksboro. There's more activity by Runaway Bay, Bridgeport. It's over County Road 81 here. Any one of these little separate storms could eventually possibly get to golf ball size hail from this particular supercell. So this is definitely turning downhill quickly for sure. And as the cap is has confirmation that it has eroded, we're going to start seeing some of that damaging hail. So we haven't seen it yet. We have not seen that quite yet, but it's only going to be a matter of time. So now's the time. If you're listening to me in the Metroplex, you need to protect your cars. You need to protect your valuables as much as possible. Hey Bill, thanks so much. Appreciate the donation from Kentucky. Thanks for tuning in from Kentucky. But so yes, it's very vital today. The atmosphere is prime. This is all kind of like discrete type stuff. This is just all isolated renegade storms that are just going to become more and more numerous as we get deeper into the afternoon, going into the early evening time frame. We're not even near the prime time frame yet, which won't be until probably 5 o'clock, at least the start of it, probably like 5 to 9 of the more of the prime time type activity, or the most favored time to seeing more widespread, significant, larger hail and possible tornadoes with this system. All right, so right now we're watching. There's some hail over Lake Bridgeport. Looks like it's traversing right across Highway 380 out there, Runaway Bay in the Bridgeport area. It looks to be probably just to the northwest of the Decatur area. Looks like we got another severe thunderstorm warning for the storms just south of Henrietta that also could have some possible ping pong size hail with this particular storm. Hey, Garrett, 321 severe thunderstorm was located over. Yeah, some 60-mile-per-hour winds and yeah, but the radar is definitely starting to light up, right? You can see a lot more activity across I-35, entering Fort Worth now. So there's more cells, not severe stuff yet, but there's more cells trying to pop up by Joshua into Benbrook area, back towards Weatherford, where you see the purple. That's always an indication where you have definitely some heavier rain and some larger hail trying to form out of that particular cell right there. Obviously, when it turns blue, when it turns black, and especially when it turns white, that's your most significant hail. We can see some blue areas. That's where you're seeing some hail, probably over the size of quarters here, out there by south of Winthrop. And there's activity in Oklahoma too. So this tornado watch does include portions of Lawton, portions of Ardmore, and as well as into the Paris area. So it definitely includes areas and portions of southern Oklahoma within that tornado watch. But yeah, we're going to start. I appreciate some of you let me know where some of the warnings are. They're going to be coming in fast and furious here. And I'll report them as fast as possible. So yeah, there's that brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Weatherford, Mineral Wells, as well as Azle until 4 o'clock. Has some $50 size hail with it and some 60-mile-per-hour winds. And that's out by the Weatherford area. But we're definitely starting to see a lot more activity trying to fill in for sure. With every update you see, with every update, we're starting to see some more lightning strikes down here by Abilene. That's just always an indication of these storms are also trying to intensify as well. No bow echoes yet. Well, yeah, no bow echoes just quite yet. Everything's just kind of, we're at the very, very early stages right now. Yeah, your main risk is going to be very large hail because of the isolated discrete cells of this particular storm. You can get some damaging winds, and we're probably going to be getting some 60 and 65, possibly up to 75, 70-mile-per-hour wind gust in isolated spots. And then, yes, you're going to have a tornado risk as well. It includes a couple of tornadoes possible, a couple of tornadoes. Some of those could be on the stronger side, which is meaning EF2 or greater. That's what the hatched risk means, is what the atmosphere is telling it's capable of today, is could be producing, if the dynamics are right, an EF2 type tornado or potentially larger. So you can see this cloud top over here by Oak Point. Yeah, look at the one by Oak Point now. Let's look at this one. Trying to see if we get confirmation of some of this capit inversion. So it's getting a little bit taller now. Let me go back to the one on Oak Point here. All right, so 35,000 feet. Yeah, so we're definitely watching the cap trying to break over the Metroplex as we speak here. Up here in Gunner, it's now at 32,000 feet, 33,000 feet. Let's go over here by Bridgeport. That's the one at 44,000. Appears up here, this could be the most significant, 45,000. Yeah, so you see the cloud tops getting a lot higher. The higher they climb, the bigger the hail can get. It has a lot more room to work with. So you're going to have a lot more updraft when the hailstones try to fall. The updraft lifts it back up in the atmosphere, and if it's got more room up there to work with the cloud tops, then it just gets higher and higher. And obviously, it's colder the higher up you get, right? So it refreezes and it falls again. Then it becomes like a game of which one's going to win out. Then if the updraft is more intense than the actual hailstone, then it's going to lift it back up in the atmosphere. If if the hailstone wins basically and is able to beat out the updraft, then it's going to be able to fall to the surface. So yes, the stronger the updraft and the higher the cloud top, the more intense or larger the hail can be. So right now it's got some 45,000 foot cloud tops. I would not be surprised before this evening is done that we probably max out somewhere around the 60 to 65,000 foot range. Yeah, I've got multiple radars up. We're only seeing some slight rotation out of some of these storms. Not terribly too much to be concerned about at the moment. Probably the highest circulation is up there by Vernon with this Vernon storm. Yeah, thanks for tuning in to live coverage. You're watching me from either Facebook or YouTube. If you hadn't subscribed to my YouTube channel, go ahead and hit the subscribe button. It's important to like the video as well and like it on YouTube. It tells people you value my content, and they're going to be able to share it with others and get this out as many resources as possible. So if you've got like any groups out there, McKinney Moms groups, R. Gunter groups, Salina, Prosper, Allen, any of those type groups that you might be affiliated with, it's definitely important to share that hits more people, so they can get more widespread coverage from this particular event, because things are starting to go downhill pretty quick, right? So here's the newest severe thunderstorm warning. This does include portions of Denton County now. So it's definitely getting a little bit closer to the Metroplex. Denton County, Parker County, portions of Tarrant, Ellis, and Dallas County. So there was another storm that was over the White Settlement area that was moving northeast about 55 miles an hour. Got some bigger size hail potential to it, up to ping pong size hail now, and some 60-mile-per-hour winds with this particular storm. So the locations in the path of this storm is going to be the Dallas area, Fort Worth, Arlington, Plano, Irving, Grand Prairie, Carrollton, Frisco, Louisville, Flower Mound, Mansfield, Euless, DeSoto, Bedford, Grapevine, Cedar Hill, Haltom City, Keller, Capel, and Duncanville. So those areas need to be on high alert for the next 40 minutes or so of this cell moving at 55 miles an hour. It has the potential to include some up to ping pong size hail with it. Most of it's probably going to be in the pea or marble size, if not quarter size variety, but it definitely has the capability of potentially seeing some larger hail. So there's two areas of concern. One point south. This is by the Happy Hill area. This one's turned deep purple. That's definitely an indication where this activity is getting a little bit more intense. That's right along Interstate 35. This is right along Interstate 35. This is all heading towards the Mansfield area. So don't be surprised if things go downhill quickly in the Mansfield area. Could be some hail out of that particular cell, as we speak. And there's another one that looks to get its act together right now near Fort Worth. So this is another cell. You see where this purple is. This is just south of the I-30 corridor. This also probably has some larger hail or there it is. Yep. So here's some larger hail with this particular storm up here. Right now, it is over Vickery Boulevard. If you're in the Fort Worth area, it's here's some streets: Horn Street, Vickery Boulevard, Rosedale, Euland Street. This is just south of I-30. South of I-30, so we can put the storm motion on it. It is moving northeast. This is moving northeast, so it looks to go right over the city of Fort Worth, right over downtown Fort Worth. It's got some probably. This could be up to quarter size hail now, potentially actually reaching the surface. The cloud tops are getting higher. All right, there it is. So there's a new update. So right now we've got some larger hail falling right now in the city of Fort Worth, downtown Fort Worth, Lancaster, portions of 377, right here at the huge exchange here, right along the Mixmaster. Up here into portions downtown Fort Worth. There's this Fort Worth Stockyards. This is all going to be entering the one Highway 121 and eventually heading towards the Haltom City area. This will be heading towards Haltom City in the next couple of minutes or so, because these are moving. All right, so you got pea-size hail. So confirmation of pea-size hail falling to the surface. Yeah, so what's gonna show on radar is probably a little bit higher, and then as the hail falls, I mean, some of it's probably going to start out pea size, but then maybe bigger hail could try to reach the surface as you get extended. So I appreciate, if anybody has any hail, storm reports out there, definitely comment and comment in the comments. If anybody's got any pictures out there, I'd love to see them as well. You can send them on Twitter. You can actually, message me on my Facebook account, and then of course Instagram as well. But definitely a little bit concerned now. This hail core is definitely growing in intensity here. It looks like it's expanded in coverage a little bit. It's definitely getting wider, and as it's crossing over essentially downtown Fort Worth as we speak. This is all lifting northeast within this cell. Okay, so we're getting the confirmation that possibly there's 1 inch hail out of that activity now. Further north, the one by Bridgeport. Yeah, this one by Bridgeport. It looks like there's 1 inch hail now reaching the surface. 1 inch hail reaching the surface by Decatur and in the city of Decatur. Yeah, you can see that cell that came out of the Little Elm area. That one's trying to produce some pea-sized hail out of that particular system. I know Aubrey mentioned they were getting some pea-sized hail, but this is going to be crossing over Highway 380, and that's heading towards in between Prosper and Salina. This one's trying to get a little bit darker colors, indicating some of the hail is trying to grow in size here. Tornado sirens off northwest Fort Worth right now. Okay, so remember, you do get tornado sirens with other than tornadoes. So you can get, we're probably going to get some tornado sirens for baseball size hail potential. So once we go towards peak time, it could be a wind gust of 75 miles an hour. It could be potential baseball size hail of 2.75 inches or greater, or obviously it could be a radar or radar confirmed tornado. So there's 3 ways the sirens can go off, and it doesn't always indicate it's an exact tornado or potentially on the ground, but it includes significant damage, tornado or not. If there's baseball size hail over your area, you need to be warned about, and that's why the sirens are going off. That's causing a lot of damage within that area. Anything that baseball size hail hits, that's going to cause extensive damage to your roof and to your cars and essentially everything that's going to come across while it's over your area. But right now we don't have a tornado warning out there. There's no tornado warnings happening right now. It will definitely pop up, and I will definitely let you know. Yeah, the cell by Archer City, the one by Archer City. Okay, so this cell right here towards the Archer City area in the Henrietta, that's the one that has a little bit more, the most rotation on it right now. So if there's something going to come out of it, it's going to be probably this cell up here towards Henrietta. Yeah, definitely for sure. If you got friends and family in the area, I mean, I'm just hearing people outside right now. They're trying to mow the lawn. They're going out their daily business. There's probably a lot of people out there in the Metroplex that don't know there's even going to be rain coming. Nonetheless, a big time severe weather event, right? So this is why it's crucial. You need to get the word out as much as possible. I mean, I'm definitely hearing people out there blowing and mowing the lawn stuff right now, which is, they just need to know that there's definitely severe weather, on the way, and these things are moving about 55 miles an hour. So it's going to be on your doorstep before you probably know it. So if you got friends and family, and like I said, it's important to share the feed as any groups as possible to let as many people to know. You can't just assume people know there's bad weather, especially with this event, because again, like 2 days ago, this was just going to be some isolated garden variety showers and storms, maybe some pea-sized hail at best. this has rapidly intensified the last 2 days, and especially today. So a lot of people could get caught off guard with this particular storm because it is really intense, but since it's wrapped up so quickly over the last 24 hours, it might not be on their radar, you know? So it's definitely, this is even more crucial than other. You don't want to have somebody to get caught off guard and say, hey, I had no idea that we were even going to get severe weather today, you know? So I do the best as possible, make numerous posts, go live, everything I can, but still there's going to be a lot of people out there that just don't know that just have, like, maybe don't even have a clue that there's even going to be raining today, you know? So but yes, we are under a tornado watch until the 11 o'clock time frame. So this lasts well into the evening. All right, so we're starting to get some heavier rain trying to form near just north of Prosper. That was the cell that's probably has some P and some, you know, pocket change hail with it. That cell looks to be heading towards Salina. So Salina, you're probably going to be getting definitely some heavier rain here shortly, and maybe some P size, you know, pocket change hail that might come out of that particular storm. There's another cell over here by Decatur. There's another cell by Decatur, has the potential of some ping pong size hail associated with that one. Right now, let's give you parameters on that one. That looks to be southeast of Alvord. Southeast of Alvord. Locations in its path are going to be the Greenwood area, the Roston area. This is all a brand new severe thunderstorm warning that includes the city of Gainesville. So this is a brand new warning at 3:41. There was that storm that was located over Decatur, moving about northeast at 50 miles an hour. This is for Montague, Wise, Denton, and Cook County. Montague, Wise, Denton, and Cook County, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning until 4:30. The capability of producing some maybe ping pong size hail with the storm. And if you're going to get some of that larger hail, it's probably going to be where these areas that are highlighted in purple. So that looks to go right over Gainesville. So if you got friends and family right now in Gainesville, let them know right now there might be some hail heading their way in the next 10 minutes. It's not just the first one, it's the second one as well. So there's a cell right here. And then there's also another cell that looks to travel over the same area, moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So they might get hit twice with some larger hail trying to form by the time it actually gets there. So definitely let them know, people in Gainesville, if you're listening to me, things are probably going to go downhill quickly, fairly shortly in the city of Gainesville. This warning goes until the next 45 minutes or so. Here, let me leave this up. I'll be back in a second. Let me go. I'll be back in 1 second. Yes, they are. It's happening right now. I don't know. All right. All right, I'm back. Okay, so here's where we're at. All right, so we're watching some isolated cells activity starting to pop up, become a little bit more numerous across the Metroplex, right? So we're starting to get a lot more activity across the Metroplex with this with these storms. Hey, Jamie, we had some pea-sized hail in Aubrey and the Prosper area. I appreciate the report. All right, so the Wichita Falls is they're kind of like, well, they are included in the severe thunderstorm warning. It's got some quarter size hail with it. The bigger size hail is across Highway 82. That's crossing over Henrietta. All right, pea-sized hail in North Richland Hills. Appreciate it very much. Yeah, timing in Plano, like again, you have these isolated activities. I mean, it could be like really any in the next 15 minutes or so. I mean, we're starting to get a lot more isolated activity starting to pop up across the Metroplex. So it's very difficult to tell you exactly when it's going to form. This is not a solid squall line where we can give you a better depiction on, maybe some times and locations. These are isolated discrete cells that start to pop up. So you could be in an atmosphere where there's basically nothing, and then you're, golf ball size hail in like the next 15 minutes. I mean, that's the type of atmosphere that we're in. So we're definitely starting to see a lot more activity starting to pop up and get in the heart of the Metroplex. There's another cell over here towards Bedford. It's got some little bit more intensity associated with it as well. All right, so if we zoom into that one, it looks like there's at least some pocket change hail falling into the Hearst area. That's going to be crossing over Highway 183, head towards Bedford. All right, let me go back. All right, so it looks like this has the most significant coming out of Fort Worth. This one. All right, looks like this storm right here had some 1.25 inches. So this is definitely the biggest hail that has possibly reached the surface out of this particular storm. That's the one that came across Fort Worth that went right over downtown Fort Worth. And now see how fast it's moving. These are booking it pretty quick. This is moving at 55 miles an hour. So now that hail core, not as significant, it has come down a little bit, but appears that downtown Fort Worth had some 1.25 inch hail that did actually reach the surface down there. Well, you see it. It was over downtown Fort Worth earlier. These things are moving so fast. It's not over Fort Worth now. It's over Bedford. It's already past Fort Worth. It's all now moving into the Bedford area. Yeah, still the most significant rotation is up here towards the south of the Wichita Falls, where they had that warning just now expire. Yeah, so we're starting to see the atmosphere spin a little bit more now. We're getting into all closer to that 4 o'clock time frame. Yeah, so remember, if you're just now tuning in, we're expecting it to go downhill rather quickly. Especially towards the 5 o'clock time frame. Whenever storms try to move more east or even southeast, they're probably going to have a little bit more tornadic spin associated with them. That's when we have a higher probability of probably seeing a tornado, some bigger size hail that's coming out of it. So this is just kind of the initial stages. This is the first hour of storm coverage, and we've already had numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. And so far, the biggest hail that has actually happened is 1.25 inches. 1.25 inches, and that appears to be that fell over portions of Fort Worth. But the tornado watch goes until 11 o'clock. It goes until 11 o'clock this evening. Yeah, so thanks so much, everyone, for tuning in to the live coverage. We're on here for the duration of the event. So this is only the first hour. This is only the first hour that's we're doing this live coverage, Juan. So we've got a long ways to go. We've got a long night. We've got a long night ahead of us. Yeah, I'm just kind of looking around. All right, so yes, it does appear that was at 8 minutes ago at 3:42. There was half-dollar size hail and potentially up to 1.25 inches west of the downtown Fort Worth area. So that looks to be the most damaging hail of the night. Severe thunderstorm warning. There was also a report from the National Weather Service employee that reported ping pong size hail. So there you go, guys. Ping pong size hail from the National Weather Service employee in downtown Fort Worth. That was the cell that we were on earlier that literally went over downtown Fort Worth. That was at 3:42. So that was spotter confirmation, ground confirmation that cell did. Look when it turned blue there. You see that when it turned blue? That's when we had some of that ping pong size hail hit that area. Yeah, east of Fort Worth. Yeah, it appears to be it was just south of the Haltom City area. All right, starting to get lightning in my area. Yeah, lightning strike 6 miles from my house. All right, so we're gonna watch that cell that came out of Bedford. That this heavier cell is crossing over Bedford. It's going to be eventually heading towards the 121, 114 area. 121, 114. And that's all lifting northeast. So it appears this particular cell would probably going to be impacting, in between Carrollton and Flower Mound, in between Plano and Frisco. More likely, Allen and McKinney will eventually probably be impacted from that particular cell right there that's over Bedford right now. We got some heavier rain about to hit Gainesville, right? So that's what we talked about, Gainesville earlier. Pretty intense rain heading towards the Gainesville area. And then that new system by Roston, that will be impacting those areas as well. Yeah, right now there's not much happening right now in Prosper, but you have all this activity to your southeast. I'm sorry, southwest. All right, so that severe thunderstorm warning is going to be expiring by Weatherford and Bridgeport here shortly. Right now, we have several severe thunderstorm warnings. One that includes the Gainesville area. The other one that's traveling over the Bedford area right now. That one's lifting towards like the Carrollton, Plano, Allen, Frisco areas. Hey, Christopher. Yes, it's quiet right now in Prosper. Yes, it is. Remember, this goes on until 11 o'clock, guys. It's only 4 o'clock. There's still 7 more hours of this. All right, so we're starting to get more activity even further south now. So a little bit more activity trying to bubble up towards the Temple, Waco area, point south into central Texas. More activity by Corsicana, not non-severe, in the Ennis area towards Terrell. So you can see we're just getting a lot more activity starting to pop up. You have a southern mode, and then you have the activity coming in out west. Is there going to be another round of storms in DFW, or is that it? No, this is just the beginning, guys. This is the tornado watch goes until 11 o'clock. The tornado watch goes until 11 o'clock. There's going to be multiple rounds of storms that are going to be popping up. This is just the first initial wave of storms. So it's only 4 o'clock. So you're definitely, just because it's not raining at your house, or if you hadn't seen anything yet, we're not even in prime time yet. The prime time starts around 5 o'clock and it lasts to at least 9. Yeah, so Reed Timmer, he is in Dallas right now. I'm not sure exactly where he was at. He was in the Red River heading this way. But yeah, Storm Chaser Reed Timmer is definitely in Dallas tracking these storms. Yeah, he posted 58 minutes ago. Storm mode activated in 30 minutes. Yeah, that's when the tornado watch was issued. Yeah, looking at the cloud tops and stuff, busting the cap then. So we watched all that transpire. All right, so we're starting to get the this activity towards Carrollton starting to fill in a little bit more. Some heavier rains along the 114 corridor. This is all lifting northeast. It's crossing over the George Bush Highway now. That's going to cross over the George Bush Highway. Go right over the city of Hebron, and eventually cross over the Dallas Toll Road, and likely be impacting Frisco and McKinney here in the next 20 or 30 minutes or so. Hey, Stormy. Hey, thanks for coming on live coverage. It looks like McKinney's probably 15, 20 minutes away. This is moving 55 miles an hour. Reed is headed to that storm east of Abilene. Okay, so he's chasing the big event. Yeah, so this is so this is probably the beginning of the back half of the storm and the most intense wave that's going to be coming. Yeah, so if he's heading that way, this is going to be the cell that is going to be, expanding likely in coverage. And this is going to be the cell that once it gets towards probably Fort Worth or areas, closer in, this will way expand. This is the cell that's likely going to be turning east and southeast. Where's the movement on this one? East at 20. All right, so that's east at 20. I know it doesn't look like much, but right now this is going to be your most intense cell. This back half activity. So there's a lot of clearing here, but this is the cell that I'm going to be most concerned about by very large hail and the tornadoes. As it gets closer, this will probably rapidly expand in coverage and at some point turn southeast. Lightning and thunder. Yeah, just got the notification. Heavy rain in McKinney in 10 minutes. So you are watching live coverage. If you're just now tuning in, we've got a tornado watch that goes on until 11 o'clock this afternoon, covers pretty much the entire Metroplex, southern Oklahoma, all of the Metroplex, goes all the way out to almost Tyler and extends all the way to Abilene. And it pushes all the way further south into Austin. So that's a huge area that's under a tornado watch until 9 o'clock or 11 o'clock this evening. So there's going to be waves and waves of these stronger storms that come through over the next, 4, 5, 6 hours. Hey, David, been watching PAL for years. Thanks so much. Are they moving really fast? I mean, some are moving 55. The ones up northeast, they're moving to the northwest, are moving at 55 miles an hour. This activity down towards Abilene is only moving at 20. Some are moving at 40. So there's a lot of different dynamics going on in the atmosphere, guys. There's a lot of moving parts happening right now, literally, as we speak, right over the Metroplex. All right, so let's zoom into this cell right here south of Tioga here. This is another intense cell that's looks to be intensifying, that also has some bigger hail trying to form out of that. You see how it literally went from nothing, and then you have all that white over that area. All right, so right now that cell is crossing over 455. That's going to be near the Gunter area in the next couple of minutes. This is moving northeast, so it's going to be near Gunter and then Dorchester in the next 5-10 minutes or so. But it definitely appears some larger hails trying to form out of this corridor. All right, so I just got the notification. We got severe thunderstorm warning for McKinney. So severe thunderstorm warning for the Collin County area. So it'll pop up. So it does include Plano, McKinney, and Carrollton. So there's another this is the extension of this storm right here. So this is going to be the extension of this storm. Severe thunderstorm warning for Collin County, Plano, McKinney, Carrollton, Louisville, Allen, Blue Ridge, Farmersville, Wiley, and the Lavon area. All those areas are under a severe thunderstorm warning that it does include possible quarter-size hail over the next until 5 o'clock. So for the next 50 minutes or so. And you can see the hail core right here. Look at it. It's trying to expand in coverage, guys. It's right over 635. It's over Carrollton. This is going to be crossing over George Bush and the tollway. George Bush and the tollway. This is lifting northeast. So this is why they extended the severe thunderstorm warning, which is right here. Right within this box zone, guys. So there is the severe thunderstorm warning. This is moving at 55 miles an hour. That storm was over Carrollton. So right now we're watching it's over Carrollton. This is southeastern Denton County, Collin County, and north central Texas. as well as northwestern Dallas County, all under a severe thunderstorm warning until 5 o'clock. So 5 o'clock has some potential quarter-size hail that could come out of this system, and it's moving very fast at 55 miles an hour. So here is the initial hail core right here. It's literally right over the Inwood area, south of Addison. This is your bigger hail over Marsh, Alpha into the Marsh area, Midway. This is crossing over Spring Valley now. And this is going to be crossing over Beltline, Arapahoe, eventually Preston. This is lifting northeast. There's a Prestonwood Baptist Church here. It looks like Prestonwood, Keller Springs, Malcolm, eventually the George Bush. So if I zoom out, this is your severe thunderstorm warning that does include the Collin County area and points of McKinney, Louisville, Plano, Allen, Blue Ridge, Farmersville, Lavon, Murphy, Saxe, Princeton. All those areas could get some up to 60-mile-per-hour winds and has the potential to seeing some quarter-size hail. Again, not everybody's going to see the hail. This is the hail core right here. So out of this whole entire area, there's only a small piece of it that could actually see hail out of this system. Hey, pal. Hey, Lucky 7. Thank you for being with us tonight. Hey, you're welcome. I'm near 121 and Independence, and it's not raining yet. Hey, appreciate the donation, Lucky 7. You're awesome. Thanks for being a loyal follower. I know you've been following for years. Hey, Salina got some dime-size hail. All right, so it looks like there's another severe thunderstorm warning that just got extended to Grayson County. So this does include the Sherman area, the Denison area, and Pilot Point. Here's some significant heavy rain coming in towards the Gunner area. So this is another severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued. Northeastern Denton County and southern Grayson County. So that was that storm located near Pilot Point, moving at 55 miles an hour. So all those locations in the path are under that severe thunderstorm warning until 5 o'clock for Sherman, Denison, Pilot Point, Howell, Gunner, Bells, Tom Bean, into the Southmont area, Tioga, Ambrose, Luella. All those areas could see some 60-mile-per-hour winds, potentially up to, and then potentially some quarter-size hail. Yeah, some pretty deep purple with this storm right here. That is some very, very, very intense rain that's lifting northeast towards Dorchester. Dorchester is going to be in the next, probably 5 minutes or so. All right, so let me zoom out and give you the big picture. All right, so we're watching numerous activity. There's several modes we're looking at here. Here's the southern mode. So you got the south winds. You got south winds lifting up from the Gulf. Winds have turned around substantially. The dew points have really elevated over the last couple of hours. We're watching a lot more moisture come into the atmosphere. It's 67 dew point now. Now it's pretty prime, guys. The atmosphere is pretty prime. I mean, considering it was a 39 dew point at noon. We had a 39-degree dew point at noon, and now it's 67. So there's a lot of moisture that has really moistened up the atmosphere. plenty of fuel to fuel these storms, and now we're getting the instability associated with it as well. So there's the southern mode that we're seeing right now, and then we're going to have another mode that's going to be coming in out west. So you can start to see more storms starting to pop up along this corridor. So you're going to be seeing a lot more activity starting to pop up south of Wichita Falls, south of Graham, Abilene, Brownwood. This whole corridor is probably going to light up over the next 30 or 45 minutes or so. This is the one that's moving just more or less due east. And eventually it's going to make a southeast turn. So when it makes the southeast turn, I think that's when we'll start to see tornado warnings and some isolated spin up tornadoes being reported and some larger hail. So I think that's when we'll start to see some of those 2-inch type hailstones, maybe some tennis ball size hail, once these systems get their act together in the next couple of hours or so. Hey, Madison. Hey, thunder and lightning and Flower Mound. And now it's gone. Yeah, these storms are moving quick. I mean, they're moving at 55 miles an hour, so they can hit you quick. I mean, it doesn't have to hail much. I mean, if you got golf ball size hail at your house, even if it happens for 2 minutes, 3 minutes, it still can do a lot of damage just within those 3 minutes. Even a spin up tornado, right? I mean, these things don't need to be over your area for that long a time to do, to do damage in your area. All right, some intense rains really starting to form now. We're starting to see some darker purples highlighted over the Addison area. All right, so right now that hail core is over the toll road and Addison. The Arapahoe area. This is the Dallas Toll Road and Preston. This is all lifting northeast towards Rainier, and eventually going to be crossing over the George Bush Highway. Yeah, there's the updated frame. So thanks for tuning in for live coverage, everyone. So we are watching a severe thunderstorm warning for Collin County right now, one for Grayson County, as well as towards the Gainesville area. We have not seen a tornado warning as of yet. We are under tornado watch until 11 o'clock this evening. Looks like DFW hit 81 degrees potentially. Looks like now it's raining there, so they're already hit their high of the day. Yeah, so you can definitely see the activity really starting to fill in now, guys. There's a lot more activity filling in across the Metroplex, and this activity out west is going to be moving in. There's another small pocket of that hail core that's over Elmview. This is over the Elmview area. This one could also have some, quarter size hail with it. That's moving over Elmview, moving over the Dorchester area. Yeah, from the National Weather Service, they're talking about this cell, right? These cells back here, right? Round 2 developing near Abilene. It's active across the region now, but we aren't done with the day and evening storms. More storms will develop moving east over the next few hours or so. So this is the activity that we talked about. That was from the National Weather Service talking about this activity right here going to be starting to fill in over the next couple of hours. That one's moving east. So this is the first initial wave that's coming through the Metroplex right now. Oh, hey Heather, thanks for coming on board. Heather, appreciate your help tonight. And Stormy. All right, let's look at some of these cloud tops now. See if they have grown in intensity. All right, so yes, the one in Richardson now is 44,000 feet, guys. 44,000 feet in Richardson. Further south of Gainesville is also around 44,000 feet. There's one near south of Norman, now 46,000 feet. So yes, the clouds are getting a little bit taller now. What time will it hit McKinney? Well, we're not that far away. this is all moving northeast, so depends on where you live in McKinney. It could take a couple minutes, could take 5 or 7 minutes. All that activity right here is all heading towards McKinney. It's pouring in Frisco. Yep. So there's your Frisco confirmation where all that deep red is and some purple. Confirmation that it is pouring in Frisco along the toll road there and portions of Preston Road. A really intense pocket of heavier rain along Highway 75. That's heading towards Waters Creek. You're probably only a minute or two away in Waters Creek to getting some heavier downpours in that vicinity. Hey, thanks so much, Easy. All right, so I just got the notification on my Tempest. Lightning is like 5 miles away from my house. So I doubt I will lose power, but in case if I do lose power, I'll do my best to come back online. It's only ever really flickered, but even a flicker takes me offline. So it's never been off for like really extended times, but you never know in these storm situations. I do have active storms, going right over my house tonight. So there's a possibility that I could lose power at some point potentially. All right, so it looks like we've got a bigger hail core now forming. Right, that was that cell that came out of heading towards Dorchester. So this is probably some larger hail trying to form here just north of Gunner. This is between Gunner and Dorchester here. But yeah, darker purples showing up and now some blue. That's an indication of some larger hail that's really trying to form out of that cell that's heading northeast. That's towards the Dorchester, the Hilton area, towards the Sherman area. Yeah, I'm hearing the thunder outside my house now. Hey, Cindy, thunder in my backyard, McKinney. Yeah, I'm definitely hearing it myself. Yeah, thanks so much for tuning in to live coverage on YouTube as well as Facebook. Looks like there's 3,000 watching on Facebook currently right now. It's definitely important to share this feed with others, friends and family in the area, that any groups that you might be associated with. Let them know things are getting a little bit more intense. We've got several severe thunderstorm warnings, and this is just the beginning of what's to come tonight, guys. This is not over. When this first wave comes through, this is definitely not over by any stretch of the imagination. It goes on until 11 o'clock this evening. So I think the main event is what's trying to form right here out here in West Texas. So you can see this one has now turned severe by the Cisco and by the Eastland area. So this is now a severe thunderstorm warning by Cisco. This is moving at 45 miles an hour. Notice the eastward projection. This is an east projection storm. These are going to be moving eastbound. And eventually, as they head towards closer to the Metroplex, these are going to be eventually diving southeast. So the southeast turn is the turn that is the most significant and the most prolific probability of seeing some of those larger hailstones and their tornadic spin ups when all those dynamics start to kind of merge together. So the main event is still at the beginning stages of actually trying to form right now. But yeah, pretty intense rain over Dorchester. This is in the Grayson County area. That is crossing over Highway 75. Probably blinding rain going to be impacting you if you happen to be on the freeway crossing, heading north on 75 between Howe and Sherman. Very intense rain heading your way. What's happening in Oklahoma? So the tornado watch extends as far north as the Norman area. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning up here. That is for central Oklahoma, McLean, and Cleveland County. Those storms are moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. Looks like there was a storm near Kreiner that had some 60-mile-per-hour winds, and then maybe up to quarter-size hail with it. So we're just looking at trying to get some heavier rain trying to form, heading towards the Corinth area. That cell looks to try to be gaining an intensity here shortly, crossing over 2499. And heading over Interstate 35 here. That's going to be crossing over Highway 380 shortly. All right, so pea-sized hail and Rockwall. So we're getting confirmation of pea-sized hail and Rockwall. Looks like Rockwall Downs has the most significant probability of seeing some of that hail with that system. Probably a little bit larger hail, falling near Glen Hill. That's heading towards the city of Fate. So I'm starting to hear rain in my house now. I've got confirmation at the Tempest that it has now started. Looks like there's some pocket change hail over the Parker area. That's going to be heading towards the Lucas. Lucas, you might see some of that pocket change hail here shortly. Yeah, let me know when anybody gets confirmation of some larger hail, some quarter size or greater. Right now, we had confirmation in Fort Worth earlier. The biggest one. Did you hear that thunder? The biggest one of the night was it looks like to be south of Haltom City so far. It was an inch and a half. So they did have confirmed ping pong size hail. That was a National Weather Service employee down there that reported that at 3:43. That was all. Wow, that storm is right over my house, guys. I'm sure you heard that. That was like lightning, thunder, but damn, like right there. Yeah, dogs are going crazy with that one. Okay, sorry, Roxy. Oh my gosh. Wow, that storm is right over my house, guys. It's that's very 3 intense lightning strikes. Just literally went right over my house. Yeah, so here's the lightning strikes. Very intense lightning that went right over my house. Wow, I heard that one. Dog barking as well. Yeah, definitely. That was of course I can't see it. I've got the blind shut right now. Yeah, but what this that intense lightning, you gotta always watch out for house fires in situations like this as well. I mean, especially if you live in a 2-story, especially if you're prone to if you live in one of those elevated areas, maybe like La Cima, some of those higher, elevated parts of the Metroplex are definitely always going to be more susceptible if they get something like that happened just now over my house. Could have the potential to strike the house, and so definitely that's something that you just keep an eye on as well. All right, so that's there's another cell over the Lowella area. Some pretty intense rain with that one. That's over the city of Lowella and towards in Grayson County. Yeah, so now the skies have completely opened up now. Yeah, here is that severe thunderstorm warning for Collin County. And technically, where I live, I'm not even actually in the area. All right, so it looks like they extended they took off a piece of it, but now they extended it. So this is at 4:23. There was that cell over the Lucas area that was near Wiley. So it was over near Lucas and Wiley, moving at 55 miles an hour. So they went ahead and took off the back half of the system because it's just moving so fast. And now the stronger cell is over the Lucas and the Wiley area, and those are continuing to move at 55 miles an hour. I gotta go to the restroom again. I was hydrating a lot before I started because my mouth is so dry during these live feeds. I'll be back. 1 second, guys. All right, so yes, we got some intense lightning strikes right over McKinney. Looks like there's a pretty good heavy downpour right now, right over Cotton Ridge Road and Custer. Cotton Ridge Road and Custer. Some pretty intense rain happening right now. This is all lifting northeast at 55 miles an hour. It's crossing over Stonebridge Drive, Ridge Road, Stonebridge Drive, University Park eventually, all lifting northeast, but very intense rain happening right now across that region, which is right over Coronado Drive, Stonebridge Drive, Alma Drive, and right over the Stonebridge Ranch area. You can see the fast movement on these. These are moving very quickly. Hey, Pea-Size Hell and Collinsville. So Collinsville, that's further north. Pea-Size Hell and Collinsville confirmation. Yeah, so if you're just now kind of tuning in, I mean, ideally, this is the area, these areas right here back west. It doesn't look like much, but this is the beginning stages of our main system. This is going to be your main system that's going to be coming through the evening time frame. So even though there's a lot of clearing on the backside, I see there's a significant clearing. This is all going to fill in pretty substantial over the next hour or two. And this is the system that I'm mainly really concerned about as this moves closer to the Metroplex. Yes, definitely. Main event is still to come. This is kind of the calmer side of the storm, if you will. All right, so I'm getting the very heavy rain now at my house. Very intense rain. More sirens in Princeton. There's some lightning strikes off Lake Lavon here. Here's that other piece of energy further south. That's in between Fate. All right, so now I'm actually getting pea-size hail. I hear it on the windows a little bit. I'm actually getting confirmation of some pea-size hail at my house now. It actually might be getting bigger. Oh yes, I'm watching this this hail core here. Yeah, this hail core is crossing. It's crossing over 380 right now, just on the northern side here. Nothing's probably going to be doing damage, but still some. You're probably going to be getting some pocket size change hail with this system. Yeah, I'm hearing it at my house. Yeah, this is crossing over the Stonebridge Ranch area, Stonebridge Drive, Ridge Road. Just crossed over Virginia Parkway. And then eventually crossing the initial point is Highway 380. Golf ball size hail and Fate. Okay, so this was the storm that came through. See how quick it moves? It was probably just to the south of there. That's the storm he's talking about. Now it's over Royce City and Union Valley. Looked like it passed right over near Fate. I was reading a comment said they had golf ball size hail in Fate. And again, that could potentially happen too. I mean, there's not even a warning on this storm, right? I mean, there's not even a warning, but it's not to say that you can't get hail because again, these things pop up so quick. And it's a very possibility because yeah, that's some deeper pinks there that popped up. All clear in Crossroads, Prosper area along 380. New severe thunderstorm warning for Nocona. So also has potential some quarter size hail with this particular storm. This is for Nocona, St. Joe area, just northwest of the Gainesville area. That storm motion is east at 35 miles an hour. It's about to impact Nocona here shortly with more pocket change, potentially quarter size hail with it. All right, so it looks like we've got some bigger hail trying to form back again. It's crossed over Highway 78. It's over Highway 78 right now, just south of Farmersville. So this is Highway 78, just south of Farmersville. This will be crossing over just maybe southeast of the Farmersville area. If we zoom in, it's going to be going over South Main Street and Audie Murphy Parkway. South Main and Audie Murphy Parkway will likely see some larger hail impact that area in the next couple of minutes or so. Hey, I used to live in Lubbock and made that drive on 82 so many times. Looks like the National Weather Service is over enhancing the. All right, so this is live storm coverage. There's definitely just pockets of some larger hail at times. Right now, the one that's a little bit more concerning that we had confirmation coming out of Fate with some golf ball size hail with it, and now that energy is over Interstate 30. So it's over Interstate 30 right now, and that is also lifting off to the northeast. Looks to be Hendricks, Metaview, and portions of maybe the Greenville area eventually going to be impacted from that storm. All right, so now the intense rain is right over in Collin County. That is over Community Road, Highway 75, into the Hardin area, Highway 75 and Hardin. Looks like this cell is moving towards Melissa. So if you live in the city of Melissa, you're going to get torrential rain here shortly. How soon in Melissa? Yeah, probably like 10 minutes. I mean, maybe 5 minutes tops, or yeah, it could be like right on your doorstep now. This is moving 55 miles an hour, so it moves really quickly. All right, so right now the intense rain is over Melissa Road, McKinney Street. There's Highway 121. Yeah, you should be getting the heavier rain now in Melissa. McDonald Street, Weston Road, Highway 75. There's looks like there's another heavier pocket towards the Dallas Toll Road and Highway 380. Yeah, it's there. There it is. Hey, Kristen. Hey, appreciate the confirmation. Yeah, sometimes clearing is not always a good thing coming in the backside. So you have a whole nother system. Clearing can re destabilize the atmosphere in a big way. So um all right, so here's that storm near the Eastland area. Now that is gaining in intensity. That's has some 1.5 inch hail to it. Some ping pong size hail located near Eastland, located near the city of Eastland. So locations in its path are going to be towards Staff. Looks like Ranger. The city of Gorman. Looks like this particular cell is heading towards the city of Stephenville. So Stephenville is likely to be next. This will be likely extended. This one goes on for another 14 minutes or so. So if you live in the Stephenville area, get ready. You're going to be in the warning here in the next 10 minutes. And you're going to be experiencing some 60-mile-per-hour wind gust and potentially up to ping pong size hail within this pocket. But this that one's moving east at 45 miles an hour. We're starting to get new activity further south. Here's another cell southwest of the Waco area. Some 60-mile-per-hour winds and some quarter-size hail to that one. Looks like some heavier rain is going to be crossing over the city of Marlin. So that activity is heading towards Groesbeck, the city of Groesbeck. So we have new activity trying to form south of Brownwood. This is how they typically start. This is like a special weather statement. Likely has some 50-mile-per-hour winds with it. Some nickel size hail. Yeah, there you go. 50-mile-per-hour winds, nickel size hail. That one's moving east at 30. Yeah, notice the stuff that's forming out west. Those are all moving east. That's the crucial part. That's the crucial part is the eastward movement. These are the ones I'm really more concerned about. So these don't look like much right now, but these look to be probably 3 isolated supercells are going to be forming. That's going to be moving across the Metroplex. And there's likely going to be more forming up here. This is all going to be starting to light up. All right, so you're getting the heavier rains now in Melissa. Yeah, you had the purple go right over the city of Melissa. Very intense rains. So you are watching live storm coverage for the duration of the evening. We got a tornado watch, goes until 11 o'clock in the evening. So it's going to be a long night affair. You might be seeing some clearing on radar. Don't let your guard down, because this is only the beginning of what's to come for a kind of a longer night ahead. All right, so here's another storm, that another severe thunderstorm warning that got extended. So this is for Hopkins, Delta, Lamar, northeastern portions of Collin County and Fannin County. So there was another storm over Farmersville, or 13 miles northeast of Wiley. That's also moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. So it's got some 60-mile-per-hour winds, some quarter-size hail with this particular storm as well. Right now, the heaviest is just south of the Interstate 30 area, but it's all lifting northeast. Heavy rain in Salina. There you go. Looks like it's pouring right now in Prosper. Intense rain over the city of Prosper right now. Crestview at Prosper. Looks like Prosper Trail, Preston, First Street. Those areas are getting pounded right now. Coleman, Frontier Parkway, eventually heading your way. The most intense rain is over Richland Boulevard, but especially Broadway and First Street. Right along Preston Road here. Very, very intense rain. And you also have a pocket of some hail trying to form as well over the Whitley Place. The Whitley Place by Prosper. You can watch it come over. I had some pea-sized hail fall at my house. Then we had torrential rains, and then we had another cell that went over Melissa. This was a cell that came out of Little Elm. Now it's over the city of Prosper. Continues to lift northeast. Looks like Chambersville and Weston are in sights. Okay, so yeah, wow. Look at this, guys. All right, so we're getting the most intense storm right here out east. Out west. This storm is really, really intensified here. We're starting to see more rotation off this storm that's coming out of Eastland. It's definitely starting to appear this is starting to rotate here. These are the ones I'm more concerned about. They're going to be having some larger hail and some possibility of tornadoes. So these are the ones I'm more concerned about that are just now, coming together. So but right now it's got a pretty significant hail core over the Kokomo area. This is in the city of Kokomo. This has got some more significant winds. There was a storm at 4:49 4 minutes ago that was over Lake Leon, or just 9 miles southeast of the Eastland area. So that's that eastward movement. It's got some 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That's the most significant of the night, and some ping pong size hail with it, which is also the most significant of the night as well. So that's your biggest storm so far of the nighttime of the day, and this is all moving east at 45 miles an hour. You can see it actually gaining in intensity there. All right, starting to pick back up a lot again at my house. We're gonna have to watch this cell. It's definitely showing a lot more signs of rotation now. Right near the Kokomo area. This is going to be heading towards Stephenville. So heads up in Stephenville, guys. We got a rotating supercell that has some ping pong size hail. That's all heading your way eastbound at 45 miles an hour. It looks to traverse just north of the city, just north of just north of the city of Stephenville. Looks like more like Nob Hill could take more of a direct impact with this system. All right, let me put the split screen on for you. So we're watching this. Yeah, here's the reflectivity scan, and you have the velocity scans coming in. And it's right along that 214 corridor as this is moving east. That's showing that rotation. All right, so let's move around. All right, so we'll watch that storm. All right, so the severe thunderstorm warning in Grayson County expired. So that one expired. Yeah, the ones out west, those are the ones I'm more concerned about. All right, so let's head up north. So there you go. Yeah, they let that one expire. All right, so now this is an extension of the bottom storm. So this is a new severe thunderstorm warning at 4:51. There was that storm over Ravenna, storm movement of 65 miles an hour. So that one's moving really quickly at eastbound at 65 miles an hour. Yeah, so locations in the path of this one is going to be your Bonham, Honeygrove, Roxton, Paris, Summer, Buckner Hill. It's a pretty long severe thunderstorm warning because the movement is so quick, 65 miles an hour. It covers a large area of real estate. Yeah, lots going on, right? Yes, I know. There's like Taylor Swift. There's a lot of happening out there in the Metroplex. Unfortunately, this is a Sunday night. They plan these things months in advance, and yeah, pretty intense storms going to be impacting those arenas. So a lot of people have tickets or heading to Taylor Swift. I forgot what else is all. There's like 4 or 5 different major events happening. Hey Ross, yeah, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts from that storm. Yeah, looks to be the most intense of the evening now. Yeah, some of these scans, 87. This is probably the higher elevations up in the atmosphere, but nonetheless, it's got some pretty intense winds that can mix down to the surface here. 87 miles an hour, 89 miles an hour. Yeah, so that's what they're calculating, about 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts mixing down to the surface. Yeah, pretty intense. So we'll watch this because this one definitely has the most significant chance of the evening to turn in tornadic. All right, so to me that's pointing southeast, guys. I mean, to my knowledge, that looks like it's turning southeast. So let's see. It's still moving east, but it looks like that trajectory. So either way, this is a new extension. Severe thunderstorm warning for north central Texas, Eastland County, as well as Comanche County. Eastland County and Comanche County. There was that storm located over Gorman, or just about 13 miles south of the Ranger area. That's moving east at 45 miles an hour. They did not include it, but to me, it looks like more like there's a little bit of a southward trajectory to that. I'm watching these because this is the turn I'm looking for. That will probably be turning more tornadic and with some larger hail. Looks like the beginning stages of that southeast turn that we've been talking about. I mean, it already has some ping pong size hail potential, but I'll watch this. I would not be surprised. This will be our first one that's going to go over 2 inches. Yeah, I've got radar scope on my other monitor here that I'm viewing at the same time. Let's check out that storm near Marlin. That one's moving at 35 miles an hour. It's got some heavier rain over the city of Marlin down there and towards central Texas. Yeah, looks to be Groesbeck is in its path. Thornton, looks like Thornton at 524. Thornton and the city of Thornton in 524. Groesbeck at 539. Just to kind of give you some times on the arrival. So right here at 524 and Groesbeck at 539. Lifting northeast. Oh, we have our first tornado warning of the day, it looks like. Yeah, the one in Thornton. This one right here. Yeah, so Thornton, Marlin. Oh, further south, sorry. This is your first tornado warning of the day. This has turned radar indicated tornado. It'll probably pop up here in a second. This is our first tornado warning of the day. It includes Marlin, Thornton, and Coss. Martin, Thornton, and Coss. This is box right here. This cell that looks to be right here is your potential radar indicated tornado right along Highway 6. Oh, wow. Look at that new scan that coming in. Definitely showing a lot more signs of lowering here. So far, radar indicated. But there's your tornado warning. So here is your first tornado warning of the day. Brand new tornado warning for South Central Limestone County, south central Limestone County, as well as northeastern Falls County. There was a storm that was over the city of Marlin. We're watching it right now, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So this is a developing potential tornado. This is a radar indicated tornado. You can actually see the circulation right here in the south part of this tornado warning, but it's going to be crossing over the city of Blue Ridge, Alto Springs, Stranger looks to be in the path, but especially the city of Cost. The city of Cost. We can look at the scan here, and it looks it got a little bit more circulation, a little bit more intensity with this particular cell. All right, so it looks to be in Cost at around 5:13. So this near the city of Cost at 5:13. Thornton at 5:24. 5:24. So Thornton at 5:24. So here's the path of this storm taking this trajectory. So right now we're looking at a radar indicated tornado happening right here in the city of Marlin. This is coming out of just south of Waco here, heading towards Groesbeck. Some locations in this pass. I'm going to give you the bearings. This is south of Dallas Fort Worth. This is into central Texas. This is going to be near the Mejia area. Yeah, brand new tornado warning. You need to be in your safe zone. Radar indicated tornado. This is for Limestone and northeastern Falls County. Limestone and northeastern Falls County. This developing potential tornado happening right here. The new scan doesn't look as concerning, but these things have a tendency, what they call recycling. So yes, that is our first tornado warning of the day down there just south of the Waco area. All right, so it looks like things have kind of calmed down, at least for now, across Plano, McKinney, Melissa, Sherman. You had that activity come through a little bit earlier. Now that's continued to lift northeast. Severe thunderstorm warning that was heading towards Farmersville. Those continue to lift northeast. All right, looks like the new scan got its act back together again. All right, so right now that developing radar indicated tornado is going to be crossing just north of Cost, the city of Cost here in the next minute or so. It's going to be crossing over Highway 14. Highway 14. So if we really zoom in, it looks like to be around 1771, crossing over Highway 7, and eventually be around this vicinity, around 339 here, just north of Cost and south of Thornton. So that tornado warning goes all the way until 5:45. Tornado warning until 5:45. That's our only and first one of the day. Looks like there's another Archer City telephone and Tulip. Oh, this is further north. All right, so this is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. That was located. Let's see, it was Lake Nacona, so 7 miles over Lake Lacona. This is by the Wichita Falls area. This is northwest of Gainesville. So this is northwest of Gainesville. This is right along the Oklahoma border here. These are moving northeast. So Archer City, Telephone, and Tulip. Archer City, Telephone, and Tulip are the main cities, are in the path of this severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 5:30. So what are we arguing about? I'm just looking over and saying some people. All right, so let's put the hail core back on this one. This one's also trying to get some bigger hail out of this. This is near the Gorman area. This is some larger hail trying to form right now. Near the Gorman area, this is all moving eastbound, heading towards Stephenville. So this is all heading towards Stephenville. All right, see what kind of hail we can pick up on this. Probably very preliminary. All right, so it looks like there's 1.75. Looks like there's some golf ball size hail trying to form here. 1.81. Yeah, right over the city of Kokomo. Some golf ball size hail over the city of Kokomo right now. That's diving southeast, heading towards Gorman. So here's a pocket of quarter size to golf ball size hail coming out of Pumpkin Center near Kokomo and diving towards Gorman. Let me stay with this one for a little bit. So here was some larger hail that fell earlier near Jacksboro, some quarter size hail in that region, it looks like. 1.38 I saw. All right, so let's go to Fort Worth. There was a pocket, remember, that had maybe some golf ball size hail. This passed over downtown Fort Worth. Quarter inch, 1.5 inches. Just north of Bowie, 1.22. Yeah, so right now where that tornado warning is, 1.5 inches here. So that's some of the hail we've seen so far from these storms. So so far tonight. Hey, no rain in Mineral Wells. So we got this other cell near the Gainesville area. All right, so we'll have to watch this activity by Graham out here and see if this cell is going to be expanding over the next couple hours. This back half is all should start to fill in here and head east towards the Metroplex. Sirens going off now, and the storm's kind of annoying. Liked it when it was just for tornadoes. Yeah, sometimes they made the decision to include larger hail and some higher winds. But yeah, not everybody knows that it's not always for tornado. All right, so we still got that tornado warning just south of Waco. That circulation traveled just north of the city of Koss. Yeah, that circulation is heading towards Thornton. So headed towards Thornton at 524. So it'll be in the it'll be near Thornton at 524 here. It looks like Reed Timmer lowering, developing on large hail producer live on live stream right now. I'm not sure exactly where he's at. Oh, De Leon. He's in De Leon. Oh, he's on that storm. Okay, so he's on this particular storm. Yeah, of course he went to the main event. Yeah, so Reed Timmer is out here by Stephenville tracking this cell because he knows these are the ones that have the most higher chance of getting seeing a tornado or some bigger size hail with them. Yeah, to me it's already turning more a little bit more southeast. But that cell is heading towards Stephenville right now. It is heading towards the city of Stephenville. It's got a small pocket of hail core that's just north of De Leon. So that'd be north of De Leon, all moving eastbound. Looks like Stephenville is going to take the brunt of this storm and maybe eventually cross over near Glen Rose. Hey, super heavy rain in Pottsboro right now. So let's check out Pottsboro. Yeah, pretty intense rain over Denison here. Yeah, there is the city of Pottsboro locked into those reds and oranges. Sounds like you're going to be in it for a while now. Couple waves of rain there. Yeah, it appears to me the one in Graham here trying to gain intensity here. You see it trying to fill in. There's definitely a lot more showers and thunderstorms developing with that one. All right, so here's the Gun Barrel City one. So if we zoom into Gun Barrel City, it looks like a pocket of very intense rain over Maybach. So it looks to be 198 and 175 arena. That's all lifting northeast to Rhodey. Looks like it's going to be in Rhodey here shortly. And there's a backside of the system in Gun Barrel City. Heavier rains have filled in on the backside now and moving into Gun Barrel City. Yeah, a ton of lightning with it. Look at all that lightning over that Gun Barrel City and Maybach area. The Graham one is moving east. Those are all moving east. Graham is moving east. Yeah, the ones out west, I expect them to move east and then eventually southeast. That's the expected trajectory. So far, we've seen the first initial wave more or less go northeast. These are going to be different. They're going to be starting off east and then shifting southeast. All right, so you start to see some blue showing up now in that particular cell along County Road 40, County Road 8 here. That's going to cross over Stephenville. It's got ping pong size hail potential with this storm. In fact, let's go back to that. We could look at it more specifically for the hail. This particular set is not real time. It has like a 10-minute delay on it, so it's not going to pick up the real time activity. But that same storm left a pretty good hail swath down here. A lot of 1-inch hail, some even 1.5 inch, even some 1.81 there, 1.81. I would imagine that's what's actually falling towards or going to be falling towards Stephenville. Yeah, there's that hail core right here. That's moving due east. Hey, if they start shifting southeast, does that mean it will be clear 121? I mean, you just know we're looking at new development forming. It's hard to factor in what hasn't developing or not showing up on radar. There's a lot more activity expected to fill in on throughout the rest of the night that's not on radar right now. Hey, in Southeast Oklahoma, just over the Texas border, near Paris. Hey, Terry. Thanks for tuning in from the city of Paris. So let's look at Paris. Yeah, so you got all that activity heading your way. It doesn't look like it's severe, but nonetheless, you got some heavier rains at the moment going to be impacting your area in the next 20 minutes or so. Man. What's new on Twitter here? So tornado warning until 5:45 down here near Coss. Looks like they extended this a little bit. Still nothing technically confirmed, but we're watching definitely rotation. That was over the city of Coss here. Coss and Thornton are in the crosshairs, but mainly Coss. Hey, a lot of thunder right now and funky green color here in Mount Pleasant. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, green colors typically a lot of times could be bigger size hail nearby. Yeah, from the National Weather Service, they sent out a mesoscale discussion talking about the severe threat is not over. Additional supercells with large hail damaging winds and tornadoes are possible in the next few hours. Yeah, that warm front is draped across right of the Metroplex. So this is this is the activity they're concerned about. The National Weather Service is concerned about. They're really starting to fill in. So yes, I know you're looking at this and you're seeing a lot of clearing. I get it. There's a lot of clearing over Fort Worth, Dallas, McKinney, Denton, Bridgeport. But don't let your guard down. This is just new waves of activity are starting to form. So I'm mainly concerned about these cells out here towards Graham, and obviously this one towards Stephenville. We'll watch to see if there's any development tries to form near Wichita Falls. And this will all be moving east. Yeah, they just sent out a discussion on that. Mm. Let me weather alerts. Okay, so here's the discussion. This is the discussion, a little bit more favorite area. Here's the discussion they're talking about is the threat for supercells capable of producing severe hazards, including very large hail, tornadoes, continue for at least the next several hours. They're looking at that dry line out west, very steep lapse rates, additional winds throughout the warm sector, and moderate instability. Cape values, your convective available potential energy is right around the 2000 range. Yeah, so we're talking about all modes. These areas in blue doesn't mean you might not get anything further north, but this is the more favored area of seeing uh, maybe some strong tornadoes and then some very large hail producing thunderstorms. And this in this sector that includes the Graham area, as these storms move east and then southeast. So it's right within this blue shaded area Dallas, Irving, Arlington, Fort Worth, Bridgeport, Mineral Wells, Weatherford, Breckenridge, Graham. These are the more favored areas of seeing an intense tornado potential and very large hail. Down to Killeen, down to Centerville, into Palestine, Corsicana, Athens. These storms are all going to form, and then they're diving southeast. And the southeast dive is the ones that we have to be concerned about for tornadic spin-ups and very large hail potential. So that's a mesoscale discussion they put out about 5 minutes ago. So we'll come back to this and just watch live feed here. Here's the one in Stephenville. It's got ping pong size hail. These are all moving east, eventually southeast. All right, brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Canton. Let's see. Yeah, this one. Canton, this brand new severe thunderstorm warning. It does include the city of Canton, Maybank, Martinsville, Van, some 60-mile-per-hour winds and some quarter-size hail. So now it's turned confirmed tornado. Yeah, it looks like we got our first confirmed tornado of the day, guys. All right, so we got a tornado warning that has now turned first tornado of the day. This was a confirmed tornado at 5:26, 12 miles north of Bremond, or 14 miles southwest of the Groesbeck area. This is the storm we've been talking about near Coss and Thornton. Get in your safe zone immediately. Weather spotters have confirmed a tornado that was 14 near Highway 14 near the city of Coss down here. So let's look at this. All right, so this is the activity they're talking about, highlighting that tornado on the ground right now moving east. This is in the city of Coss, just what did they say, 14 miles southeast of Highway 14. And so right here at 5:24. So now it's over here. So that's the tornado on the ground right here. This is your tornado happening right now in Marlin, south of Thornton. It's going to be crossing over 2749. Let's put the movement on this. There is your tornado happening right now. Confirmed by spotters on the ground, happening right now, crossing over 2749 and eventually heading towards 937. This is all south of the city of Groesbeck. There's your tornado on the ground, are happening right now. Everybody needs to be in their safe zone immediately down there in the city of Coss. Just east of Coss now, heading towards 2749. It's going to be crossing over there in the next minute or so. and eventually looks like to head towards Olathe and the city of Olathe. Again, we got tornado warning. Looks like they updated. It appears to have lifted. It looks like it was on the ground for a couple of minutes. It appears right now the storm may have lifted, but nonetheless, you can get these. These things can easily come back down. Same circulation continues. Tornado warning heading towards Olathe, in between Olathe and Old Union here. Yeah, this is our first confirmed tornado of the day. Hey, real-time communication is valuable, is more valuable than gold. Yeah, I've got the flexibility to go live. This is a cool thing about what I do, and I can go live for the entire duration event. I don't have commercials. I don't have sports to come in. I don't have traffic, or it's all weather. And typically, I do it from the entire duration of the event. The tornado watch was issued at 2:45. We came on live at 3. We've been live since 3, and the tornado watch goes until 11 o'clock. So, if needed, I'll be on till 11 o'clock tracking these storms, throughout the night. So, that's why it's important to share this, the live feed with anybody that you know. This is extensive coverage. It's not just North Texas or the Dallas Metroplex. It's still West Texas. It's Southern Oklahoma. It's still into Central Texas. This goes until right now we're on the Waco area that has a confirmed tornado on the ground that since lifted a little bit. But then, this will, okay. So it looks like, no, it's still on the ground right here. Yeah, there's your tornado right here, guys. That came out of Goss. It's in between Old Union and Olathe. So Old Union and Olathe need to be in your safe zone immediately. Obviously, this will easily be extended. They're about to probably extend this tornado warning as we speak. It appears to be just still on the ground down there, just south of Thornton, heading towards the Old Union vicinity. Another location in its path could be the city of Buffalo. Looks like to be near the Buffalo area as well. Yeah, I hope your wife brings supper in. Yes. Still early. Still only 5:30. We're doing pretty good so far. Right now, I drank a lot of water and yeah, you got to stay hydrated in these events because obviously it's a lot of talking, right? If you're online doing live coverage for 8 consecutive hours, you're doing a lot of talking. um, wow, they got a ton of storm chasers on that Stephenville storm. All right, so we're still watching that tornado on the ground down there near Gozbeck. All right, this will go on for another 4 minutes or so. We'll see if they actually extend this or not. But to me, it looks like they're going to be having to extend it. That's going to cross over the Lake Limestone area, Lake Limestone, and looks to me this is all heading towards the city of Buffalo. It looks like there's trying to get some circulation out of this storm up here by Graham now. Yeah, this one might try to get its act together. Some pretty intense lightning. Even near the Mineola area. So let's look at this activity. All right, so here's one that includes the city of Van. This is another severe thunderstorm warning that goes on for another 34 minutes or so. That's further south. That coming out of Gun Barrel City, just south of the city of Canton. And looks like to be some heavier rains in the city of Van, but especially in the Primrose, just south of Mineola. All this activity is heading towards Lindell, which looks like they just extended the severe thunderstorm warning for that region. So now we're talking Smith and Wood County. Now, Smith and Wood County are now under a severe thunderstorm warning for them. That was a storm that was near the city of Van, moving east at 30 miles an hour, has some 60-mile-per-hour winds and some quarter-size hail with it. You can see the deep purples here that looks to traveled right just south of Van and moving eastbound at 30 miles an hour. Going to be near, looks like Friendship, Garden Valley for sure. Garden Valley is your next city that's going to get hit with this heavier, intense rain here. Yeah, a ton of lightning strikes down here for that region. Severe thunderstorm warning for Grayson County. It has not popped up yet, but it looks like there's a new severe thunderstorm warning for Sherman, Denison, and Whitesboro. Sherman, Denison, and Whitesboro up in Grayson County. Areas include Lake Keona, Tioga, Gunner, Van Alstine, in and around the Tom Bean area, Luella, Sherman, Knollwood. Okay, there it is. It just popped up. So here's a new severe thunderstorm warning for Grayson County. So let me show you the particulars on this one. Southeastern Cook County and Grayson County, severe thunderstorm warning. Some 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail out of that storm near Lake Kiowa or near the Whitesboro area. So there was that storm that they're talking about that has the potential some quarter-size hail to it, traversing across Highway 82 here. Traversing across Highway 82. Tornado warning got extended. So yes, there's that tornado warning further south. Got extended. No, so now it includes Donnie and Farrier. Donnie and Farrier. It'll pop up here soon. So brand new observed tornado on the ground. At 5:42, there was that confirmed tornado 4 miles southeast of Thornton. So 4 miles southeast of Thornton. For at moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. This is for Freestone County, Leon County, and Limestone County. So still we have that confirmed tornado still on the ground down here. Let me go back. Yeah, so that tornado was 4 miles southeast of Thornton. So 4 miles southeast of Thornton. I mean, essentially right here, these mixing of colors, crossing over 937 and Old Union. Hey, Daddy Crab, appreciate it. Thanks for the donation. I appreciate you following. Glad you found me. Snowies. Hey, how are you doing? Thanks, Snowies, Hurricane Heather, and Stormy on here helping me out. All right, so we are watching live coverage. We do have a confirmed tornado that is on the ground right here, south of southeast of Thornton. Southeast of Thornton, been a confirmed tornado on the ground, confirmed by weather spotters. Need to be in your safe zone immediately. These areas include the city of Farrar, Farrar. That'll be the next line of that could get impacted by this tornado as it continues to be on the ground as we speak. This looks to pass maybe just north of the city of Buffalo, just north of the city of Buffalo. Yeah, if you get your bearings, this is more or less in central southeast of the Metroplex, south of the Mahia area, just near Palestine. When that siren hits, you're only about 3 minutes. So we'll stay on this one. We'll stay on this one because it is a confirmed tornado that is on the ground right now. Yeah, Farrer looks like to be 555. So it's going to be in this area around 555. The tornado is going to pass over this area around 555. Everybody should be in their safe zone, and the next city is going to be your Donnie system, Donnie area. There's the pathway of this tornado as it continues to lift eastbound and slightly northeast. Oh, did I zoom into your street? All right, so definitely stay in your safe zone down there near Mahia, south of Mahia there. We still have that cell over here by Stephenville. This looks to be still pretty fairly intense. The ping pong size hail with that one. This one's also moving eastbound south of Stephenville. And that one looks to be traveling just north of the Hicko area. And eventually Meridian will be in the path of that one. Uh, all right, let's see what else is happening out here. Get any of the signs of rotation. There's a stronger storm come out of Collinsville. Yeah, we still have that severe thunderstorm warning that goes on until for Grayson County for another 40 minutes or so. It's got some quarter size hail. Kiowa. It's not ringing a bell. Where exactly is that? Uh, Painesville. Thank you. Okay. Yes, this was the storm we were just on right here. All right, so here's the velocities over that Lake Kiowa, and then Shady Grove area and Collinsville. So this is some circulation coming out of that region. This is south of Highway 82. This is south of 82. Let's put the movement on this one. Yeah, this is going to be traveling over the city of Collinsville right now. Over the city of Collinsville, showing circulating supercell thunderstorm. This is only a severe thunderstorm warning, but it definitely appears there's a lot greater circulation trying to. Wow, look at that new scan, guys. This is right over the city of Collinsville. We could have a developing tornado right now as we speak. Uh, you need to be in your safe zone immediately. Collinsville, Dorchester, Howell, north of Tioga, north of Gunner. This is in the city of Collinsville, guys. That we could have a potential developing tornado right here, right over Highway 377. So this is South Main Street. Looks like to be downtown Collinsville. This is downtown's Collinsville. It appears to be a developing potential tornado happening right in the city of Collinsville. This is what we're concerned about right here with the latest scan. So let me zoom into this other one. Stephenville. All right, so it looks to be over Collinsville right now. It's essentially right over Collinsville. It's going to be over South Mod around 605. So South Mod 605, or just south of South Mod. It's really traversing that direction right here, just north of Dorchester. And it looks to pass just between Howe and Sherman. Howe and Sherman. So this is the developing situation that we're talking about. Potential rotating supercell that's over the city of Collinsville in Grayson County. That is definitely concerning here. Hey, Pink. Hey, appreciate the donation. Yeah, so this is the area of concern right over downtown Collinsville, 902, 377 Arena. This is all moving east. It looks to be in between Dorchester and South Mod. Primarily going to be impacting Mormon Grove, it appears. Mormon Grove is going to take the brunt of that circulation. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for Sherman. This is for Grayson County, Cook County, and Grayson County of this developing rotating supercell has got some quarter-size hail, but more concerning is this new circulation that's formed over the city of Collinsville right now. That's moving towards Ethel. Right now, it's going to be impacting Ethel in the next minute or so. Yeah, but this whole atmosphere is spinning, guys. If we put the big picture on, areas in this path are going to be Dorchester, maybe just north of Howe, and maybe eventually Tom Bean. Looks to be in the crosshairs from this storm. You're under severe thunderstorm warning for 32 more minutes. Not tornado warning, but definitely signs of rotation there in Collinsville heading due east. I'll be back one more time. So give me a protein shake. Yeah, it looks like that circulation is still holding intact here.
Don't forget to take out your trash cans.
Okay, Alexa. All right, so we are watching this severe thunderstorm warning out of Grayson County arena that has some circulation attached to it. So we'll come back to this. Just another area to watch. Looks like we got a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Briar, Springtown, and Reno. So Briar, Springtown, and Reno. Severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued until 7 o'clock. Has 60-mile-per-hour winds and some quarter-size hail with it. So we still got that confirmed tornado down here. So at 5:53, there was that confirmed tornado 9 miles east of Thornton. Now it's 9 miles east of Thornton on FM 1246, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. It'll be near the Lake Limestone around 6:05 in the next 4 minutes or so. Eventually, areas in its path are going to be the Farrah, Donnie, Freestone, Aletha, and Jewett. For this tornado that is still appears to be on the ground right now, coming through near the city of Farrah. So this continues to be a tornado on the ground. Weather spotters confirmed continued tornado on the ground. That's 9 miles east of located 9 miles east southeast of Thornton on FM 1246. I had to drink my protein shake. So we still have that confirmed tornado on the ground south of Groesbeck and south of Teague. It's going to be eventually crossing over Interstate 45 here shortly. Yeah, you can see the developing tornado here. Hey, Chase. Hey, thanks for coming back. All right, so we're watching several areas of concern. All right, so here's that severe thunderstorm warning that's in the city of Bridgeport. Another storm that was located near the city of Poolville. Oh, remember Poolville? That's the one that got hit by 2 tornadoes. That one storm. Poolville was the city that got hit by 2 EF1 tornadoes. So this is another storm that is near the city of Poolville right now. And I know the city of Gipton got impacted from that particular storm. So yes, this is the same general vicinity. There is the city of Poolville that got hit. So there were 2 circulations that day. There was a circulation over Poolville and Gipton. That was the one that injured 5 people and had 2 confirmed EF1 tornadoes in that morning event. That was that early on, started at 5. It was at 5 o'clock in the morning when I was live at 5 o'clock in the morning that day. We just came on board, and then the tornado touched down around 4:50 in the morning. But yes, this is the same general area, not a tornado warning, but we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for that region. This is all shifting off towards Springtown, Paradise, Azle. Fox News is live running reruns on tornadoes in 1953. So no one else is covering this storm. They've got to be covering this, especially with the tornado on the ground. We've had a tornado on the ground for a while now. Yeah, it looks like this tornado warning is likely going to be extended here. And this will be the third extension. I don't know. It's hard to say if this was the same tornado that's been on the ground for that long, but we've had a confirmed tornado in this same general vicinity for about 30 minutes or so. All right, so notice the southeast turn. So this is pretty significant. Do they actually? It still says it's moving east. To me, that's moving southeast. But nonetheless, this is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Hicko, Meridian, Clifton, Morgan, those areas south of Fort Worth here. It's moving east, but it looks like more southeast to me. All right, so we got another storm that is over Bridgeport. This is another storm that's over Bridgeport in the Runaway Bay area. And as this continues to move eastbound at 40 miles an hour, this will likely get extended. That will include the Denton, Flower Mound areas. So don't let your guard down. You're going to be getting more activity here shortly in the Denton, Flower Mound areas. Hey, thanks for tuning in, everyone. We are doing live coverage tonight. Appreciate all my moderators out there for keeping things at bay. We're doing live coverage on YouTube as well as Facebook. We've got extension coverage from the duration of the tornado watch that goes all the way up until 11 o'clock this evening. They did put out a mesoscale discussion earlier from the National Weather Service, looking at that second round of storms. So there's two areas of concern that are a little bit more favorable for more, bigger size hail and more tornadic type spin ups. These areas in blue. So these areas are highlighted in blue. This is your more favorite areas. Just seeing some larger hail and some isolated spin up tornadoes. And this is where we have that confirmed tornado further south. And there's also another pocket east. So it includes the Tyler area, Texarkana, portions of Arkansas, Nacogdoches, into Alexandria, Monroe, into Jasper. That's a whole nother pocket that has, supercells that could have some large hail potential, tornadoes potential within the next 1 to 2 hours. So this is going to be new activity that's going to pop up in these regions that is the atmosphere is a little bit more favorable, just seeing larger hailstones, some of the biggest we haven't seen so far tonight, and isolated spin up tornadoes, possible some stronger tornadoes. You can see we're starting to get new activity down towards the Waco area, just north of Mahia. This is all brand new activity starting to form now. It's definitely not to say you can't get anything in these regions that aren't highlighted in blue. It's just you're not as you don't have as much favorability as the ones that are highlighted in blue regions. All right, let me take the mesoscale discussion off. All right, let's go back to Hal. Let's go back up to this region up here towards Dorchester and South Mod. Yeah, it continues to have some isolated circulation with this. Yeah, we saw it was a little bit more prevalent coming out of Collins. But nonetheless, this is going to be over Dorchester. This looks to be going over Dorchester and Howe. Dorchester and Howe will have some rotation going over their backyard. This will be crossing over Highway 75 shortly. Is this area of concern right here that we're watching and see if there's any tornadic spin up coming out of that. And then once you get this first wave, you'll have another more intense wave trailing back behind this one. So this warning expires in 19 minutes or so, and I would imagine they'll be extending it because of this activity right here that's just about to be entered into that warning zone. South Made. Severe thunderstorm warning, brand new one for Hawkins, Texas, Wyona, and Owington. Hawkins, Winona, and Owington. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning for that region. That appears to be out east. Looks to be like looks like the extension right here. This is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for this region. Another severe thunderstorm that was over just east of the Lindale area. This is in East Texas, Lindale in East Texas, 12 miles north of Tyler, moving eastbound at 35 miles an hour. So it's Lindale, Hawkins, Winona, and Red Springs are all in the path of this severe thunderstorm warning, for the next until 6:45 for the next 30 minutes or so. Yeah, you can see the intense blinding rain down in that region just north of Interstate 20, and it's going to be right over the city of Winona. You're probably going to be picking up some potential quarter-size hail from that system. Where is Yvette and Lametta? Is that in Oklahoma? Or is this the tornado warning down further south? Oklahoma. Okay, sorry, I don't. It's west of the tornado warning. Okay. Go tap back into Dallas. Hey, Angel. Well, you're still under that tornado watch until 11 o'clock. So I would imagine in McKinney, you're probably going to be impacted from this cell up in Bridgeport eventually. All right, looks like we still got that confirmed tornado. Can't believe this is still on the ground. All right, so this should be extended here, this tornado warning. We still have that confirmed tornado on the ground south of Teague here. This is going to be traveling just north of Buffalo, north of the city of Buffalo. It's going to be crossing over the major interstate here. All right, so it looks like they did, in fact, extend it. So they did, in fact, extend the tornado warning for southeastern Freestone County and northern Leon County. So at 6:15, there was that storm that was 8 miles west of Buffalo. 8 miles west of Buffalo. This is the one we're on right now. Rotating funnel cloud. Radar indicated rotating funnel cloud was spotted west of Buffalo at 6:09. So this was the observed tornado, and now they have a potential secondary circulation of a rotating funnel cloud that was confirmed by spotters. Is going to be over near the Buffalo area at 6:30. So 6:30, it will be near the Buffalo area. Need to be in your safe zone immediately. And this will be traversing across the major highway, the major interstate of Interstate 45. And this will eventually head towards Oakwood. Oakwood's in the path. Sand Flats, Thamesville is also in the path of this storm. Oakwood looks to be in your crosshairs around 6:45. Just to kind of give you an example, Oakwood 6:45 in your area for that rotating wall cloud. Hey, I'm in Frisco and it looks fine right now, but I have to go to Princeton. All right, so these are the ones I'm going to be more concerned about for some bigger hail out west. So far, they're holding strong. They're holding pretty good. They're not terribly too intense. Yeah, let's look at some of the high resolution guidance while we have a chance, and see what else might be coming for the rest of the evening. All right, let me let this run its course. All right, so what we're looking at here, I'm just glancing at the latest high resolutions guidance. This updates every hour. So this just gives you an example of where the storms may be in a allotted time frame. So let's put the math on this. So at 7 o'clock, yes, it appears that storm that's over Springtown now could be near Denton, Flower Mound, Gainesville. This is at 7 o'clock, guys. Maybe a storm in Fort Worth, maybe a storm in Cleburne. A pretty good sail further south into Waco, Tyler, Palestine, Lake Longview. This is right at 7 o'clock. This is what we're doing. We're looking at future radar. This is future radar now. And then you have more activity coming through Sherman, McKinney, Paris, Sulphur Springs, Waco, south of Dallas. And this is all looks to be out of Dallas by 9 o'clock. It appears to be out of Dallas by 9 o'clock, heading towards Palestine, Tyler, College Station area. All right, so we'll watch these storms here and see if they turn, a little bit more intense or not. So, yeah, it appears to be that's the system that's coming in from out west. There's nothing coming in back behind it. So we got to hope these storms keep at bay. So we got to definitely hope these storms keep at bay and they don't grow in intensity and become large, big time supercell, tornadic supercells. So right now we've only had one tornado warning, well, several tornado warnings, but who knows to say if this is the same tornado or not. But we've had this confirmed tornado on the ground for an extended period of time. But right now, this storm out west is still holding pretty good. It's only borderline severe. So this one obviously is the one that's going to be going over Flower Mound, Carrollton, Frisco, Irving, Dallas, McKinney, Plano, Garland. So if it stays with this intensity, it shouldn't be too bad. Here's the cell down by Glen Rose. It still has some larger hail potentially to it. Near the Walnut Springs area. Oh, hey, Sean. Hey, how we looking? And Grayson near Howell. All right, so let's look at that storm. So this is the Grayson storm. So we have that first batch, that first wave that's heavier rains over Dorchester. Still producing some rotation over Dorchester, heading towards Howell. Nothing tornadic, but it's still been showing some rotation on that leading edge of the little squall line there, right over Preston Road. This is over the city of Dorchester, Howell. And then we have a little bit more intense system coming back behind this one. This is all moving. This will be all moving eastbound, 45 miles an hour. Sonny's saying hi. Sonny's my dog. And then further south, we've got that storm coming out Bridgeport. Again, just kind of borderline severe. So this one's holding its own, but not getting that, not too intense. Yeah, any one of these that are separated, these could be large supercells. So we'll just have to watch this if this gains in intensity. I mean, the short range models are kind of implying that, especially with these two cells further south. So we'll have to watch these and see if they do in fact gain in intensity as they continue to move east southeast. Yeah, here's the storm in Gainesville. That first wave that came through. Now we've got some intense rains moving out, heading towards that lake Kiowa again, or it could be Lake Kiowa, and back into Collinsville again. More heavy rain going back into Collinsville. All right, some of these rotation scans have definitely come down over Hal. Not as intense as what they first were. There's Gunner. We're on Gunner right now. So Gunner's going to be hit with this back half system. That's all heading towards Tioga. Eventually it'll head towards the Gunner area. Yeah, so far it's 6:30, and the biggest hail we've seen so far is the golf ball size hail in some spots. We have had several observed tornadoes further south towards Waco. But other than that, we're not seeing the large supercells that have developed. Not to say that they still can't, but they have not developed, which is a good thing. These are all separated. These could easily get a lot more severe than what they are, especially since they're so isolated here. Any update in Sherman? Yeah, so it's the storm we've been on for a while here. Here's Sherman. We just got this severe thunderstorm that's about to expire, but they will surely be extending this. So we'll have the extension of the severe thunderstorm warning for them. Yeah, still showing some slight rotation with that storm, but nothing too pressing at the moment. All right, so now that storm down further south is over Buffalo. The tornado has finally lifted, so it's no longer confirmed on the ground down there. That activity continues to push eastbound. That'll be over Oakwood, Sand Flats, Timesville in the next 20 minutes or so. So thanks for tuning in to live storm coverage. If you're just now watching, kind of came on board. This is tornado watch until 11 o'clock. We're watching at new activity forming behind this one. We have 3 separate supercells. So far, they have kept at bay. So this is all good signs. These could easily be a lot more intense than they are right now. So we'll just have to see if these continue to remain on the lighter side. Where's our Reed Timber at? Yeah, I got to be honest with you. I thought we'd have a little bit more activity than this right now. So these are all good signs. It's not as active as it definitely appeared. The other night on Friday, it was completely the opposite. It was even more intense than what I thought it was going to be. And it was supposed to be really intense, but that thing was crazy. Looking at that night, just 17 tornado warnings at the exact same time. All right, let's head out to Longview. So it looks like to be another fairly intense storm out there. Definitely some larger hail with this one. That is traversing right along Interstate 20. So right along Interstate 20, that's heading to the Gladewater area, Union Grove, Longview. You are next in its path. Wow, that's some pretty intense hail there. That's a big hail swath. Friendship, Starville, Gladewater, Big Sandy. Pretty intense hail swath there. Traversing right along I-20, right along I-20, heading towards Longview. Longview is about to get some large hail, guys. Yeah, that appears to be one of the biggest hail cores of the night. Let's swing up towards Paris. We also have a pocket of some hail up here towards 82. That looks to traverse right around the Toco area, Hopewell, maybe just north of downtown Paris, heading towards 271. Northeast Bonham. So we got Vigoda, Idabel. Had to get some protein in me. All right, tornado sirens going off in Collinsville. All right, so this is the leading edge of this squall line. No severe thunderstorm warning, but definitely signs of circulation happening for Collinsville here. Reports is showing that the signs are happening right now in the city of Collinsville. So let's put the scan on it. This is that leading wave of circulation, right, with that second more intense batch. This is all moving east. This is all over the city of Collinsville, heading towards Tioga, Gunner, Dorchester. Yeah, some of the same areas that just got hit by heavier rains going to be hit again with this a little bit more intense system. But right now, there's no severe thunderstorm warning for this area. All right, so here's the storm near Bridgeport. So it's got some pretty intense rains here by Agnes, in the city of Agnes, Springtown, Lucky Ridge, Cottondale, Boyd, Annabelle. And that's exactly where this is north of Poolville. This will likely have some of that quarter size hail that the warning is for. We put the storm motion on that. That's going to be traversing along Highway 199 there. Looks to be Pelican Bay, Azle. Those are all areas in its sight. Springtown as well. So pouring in Howell right now. Yeah, so you're getting that stronger cell that's over a Howell. Very intense. Deep purples here. And then you have another area that's coming back behind that one. All right, so it looks like this activity is trying to come together here, it appears. This is expanding into Denton, but it's also expanding further north. So this is all going to, looks like it's trying to come together. We just have to hope these keep at bay, because it doesn't appear there's not much after this. You know, if you live in Bowie and stuff, like I think Bowie is pretty much done for the evening. Do you think Wiley is in the clear for the rest of the evening? No, you're further east. Wiley is definitely not in the clear. The only areas that are in the clear right now are probably like Bowie, Graham, Eastland, Breckenridge. I would say Mineral Wells, Stephenville, likely. But so far, these separate cells are holding at bay. Rain coming in slanted, and how has stopped raining. Winds have stopped. Yeah, they're so fast moving. But you're not going to have much of a lull, because you'll have another wave coming back behind it. Yeah, give it maybe 8 minutes or so. All right, so we still got that tornado warning down further south. Still radar indicated tornado. We had one earlier, but it lifted up. That was a storm that was located over the Buffalo area. So locations, it's going to be into Flow, into Oakwood. Flow and Oakwood are your next points of interest as to after it comes out of Buffalo. There is the city of Oakwood, traveling right up 79 here. Let's see. They were on that storm in Gorman. Is that the one out here? I'm just going to my Twitter feed, see if there's anything new I'm missing. All right, so a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. Or is that a cancellation? Yeah, so a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Clifton, Meridian, and Laguna Park. Clifton, Meridian, and Laguna Park for this region down here. Some quarter-size hail with this one. That's coming out of Morgan. All right, so it looks like we had new confirmation of that severe thunderstorm warning in Collin County now. So let's refresh it. Or maybe it expired. I don't know what that notification was. Uh, 7:45. Look, it's just coming out. Okay, yes. Severe thunderstorm warning for Collin County. This includes Prosper, Anna, Sanger, Pilot Point, Tioga, Salina, Gunner, Howe, Van Alstyne, the Melissa area, the McKinney area, New Hope. Brand new severe thunderstorm warning for this activity that's coming in to your northwest. So it has not popped up yet, but it will. So, and this goes until 6 or 7:45. So for the next hour, we have a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Collin County until 7:45. This includes the Whitesboro, the Valley View, Sanger, Pilot Point, Tioga, Aubrey, New Hope, Salina, Prosper, Gunner, Howe, Luella, Van Alstyne, McKinney, Melissa, and Anna. All those areas are under a newly severe thunderstorm warning until 7:45. So it should pop up any minute now. Well, the warning is at least an hour. So yeah, the leading edge on this one is in Pilot Point. It looks like to be in Sanger. This is all moving east. Okay, so here it is. There's the severe thunderstorm warning. Northern Denton County, northwestern Collin County, southeastern Cook County, southern Grayson County. So there was that storm near Sanger moving eastbound at 30 miles an hour. So moving east at 30 miles an hour. This was the storm right here. The more intense purples, this storm over Sanger, this is moving east at 30 miles an hour. Let's get some. All right, so this is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Collin County and until 7:45 with this intense rain that's coming out of Lake Ray Roberts, heading towards Gunner, heading back into portions of Sherman, especially into Howell area. This is moving east at 30 miles an hour. The leading edge is in Pilot Point, as well as just now entering the Aubrey area. And this is your hell swath right here that has pocket change and up to a quarter size hell with it, at least right now. So let's hope it doesn't get any bigger. Right now, they're probably getting some quarter size hail probably over Sanger. And this is all moving east. Hey, Lydia. Yeah, we're talking about McKinney right now. So they just have a severe thunderstorm warning. It just issued until 7:45. This is the hell swath or hell, where it has some hail associated with it. This area right here over Sanger, heading towards Tioga. This is all moving east. McKinney is in the severe thunderstorm warning until 7:45. And it looks like they extended the tornado warning further south. Looks like it includes Grapeland now, the city of Grapeland, northwestern Houston County. That was that storm that went over Buffalo that had a history of producing a tornado. Now it's 21 miles southeast of Fairfield. Southeast of Fairfield. Yeah, this has been tornado warned for 4 counties in a row now. Yeah, it looks to be some pretty intense hail here, guys, in Longview, heading towards the Longview area. Yeah, White Oak, Kinslow, Danville, heading all towards Longview. Yeah, that new frame, ton of lightning. This is golf ball size hail, guys. Golf ball size hail happening right now in the city of Longview. This is over the interstate, Interstate 120. This is Interstate 120. We've got golf ball size hail along Interstate 120 in between Kilgore and Longview. Kilgore and Longview down south of Mount Pleasant. This would be south of Mount Pleasant. Has some pretty significant hail And that's heading towards Longview and Marshall. Longview in the city of Marshall. But yeah, look at that intense deep purple, the blues. That is your most significant hail of the day, it looks like. It's not over that region, but yeah, that hailstone that's had a history of 1.5 inch hail. Starville, Winona, 1.5 inch hail. So it's not instant. It has a little bit of a delay on it because it has to reach the surface. But nonetheless, very, very intense hail right now. All right, let's head back and closer to the Metroplex. So we have that severe thunderstorm warning for Collin County. It appears those purples have died off a little bit. That's always a good sign. We have that new severe that severe thunderstorm that was located over Springtown. That will likely get extended to Bedford, to Flower Mound, to Corinth areas. That will likely get extended in the next 5 minutes or so. Are they weakening in the second round? Yeah, I mean, well, I don't know if they're weakening. They're just not. They're kind of holding their own, but it doesn't appear that they're getting any more intense. It definitely doesn't appear that way. Here's the one over Collin County. It doesn't have the deep purples, and has some purple, but definitely doesn't have any blue. Doesn't have any blue associated with it. So we don't have any larger hail to contend with that we have to be too worried about. But it does appear to at least have some pocket change hail still. All right, so it appears this one got extended. So yes, this did get extended. New severe thunderstorm warning, brand new severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Wise County, southern Denton County, northeastern Parker, and northern Tarrant. So there was a storm that was located over the city of Rome or near the Briar area, moving east at 40 miles an hour. Got some 60-mile-per-hour winds, quarter-size hail. So these are the locations in its path. There's the city of Rome. You see some deeper purples here. Highway 114 and 81. Moving east at 40 miles an hour. We'll be over Roanoke, Westlake, Keller, portions of the Flower Mound area. And then you have a southern flank that's heading towards maybe just north of the Pelican Bay area, north of Eagle Mountain Lake. And eventually that activity will head towards Watauga, maybe Colleyville, Keller. All right, so I'm starting lightning detected 18 miles away. All right, so we essentially have a severe thunderstorm warning for basically Collin County and Denton County. Yeah, here in Thunder again and Oak Point. So here in Thunder and Oak Point. Wow, some very intense hail, guys. This is definitely the biggest hail of the night down here towards Longview. Between Longview and Elderville, they're getting pounded with a very large hail right now. That is a big hail core. New Hope, Elderview, Danville, Lakeport, Kinslow, Longview, right along Interstate 20. Some significant hail is falling. Yeah, let's look at the cloud tops here. Yeah, this is the tallest of the night, guys. 49,000 feet, almost 50,000 feet. That's why they got the biggest hail right now. Okay, so that storm continues. This one's gaining intensity. This one's gaining intensity south of Longview here. Yeah, so closer into the Metroplex, we're just not seeing anything like that of that nature. Definitely a lot of reds, some isolated purples, but definitely not as widespread or intense, or definitely no blues. So yeah, so far these cells are kind of holding at bay and not getting terribly too intense. Yeah, these were the cells we were worried about, really. I mean, they're separated. I mean, they're definitely isolated. You got one, you got two, three. Yeah, I mean, essentially four separate pieces of energy. These could all have been very well supercell thunderstorms with tornadoes and very, very large hail. So this is a good sign because they're definitely separated. And okay, so it appears that we have a brand new tornado warning. So brand new tornado warning. This is for southeastern Bosque County and southwestern Hill County. So southeastern Bosque County and southwestern Hill County. A storm capable of producing a tornado near Meridian, or 12 miles, 10 miles northwest of Clifton. 10 miles northwest of Clifton. All right, there's the southeast trajectory, folks. This is what we talked about. Storm is now turning southeast, and if you remember when I said the storm turned southeast, that's when we have to be concerned about more tornadic supercells. This is exactly what's happening. Storm movement turns southeast. Boom, we got a tornado warning down here in this region. So, and now we have some ping pong size hail with this particular storm. So this could be the beginning stages of maybe some more intensity that comes out of these southeast movement systems. It appears this one down here towards Killeen has as well as maybe shifted southeast. Yep, there you go. We're seeing the southeast turn right now. So we'll have to watch these storms pretty closely because southeast turn is a very favorable turn for some larger hail, more significant hail, maybe some over 2-inch type hail, and they definitely have more probability of seeing a tornado within this sector. So right now, the two storms that are turning southeast are back in Killeen, south of Gatesville, and then also Whitney, Meridian, and Morgan. Whitney, Meridian, Morgan. That's where the severe tornado warning is located currently. Right now, it's over Meridian, radar indicated tornado. And you can see actually the circulation right over the city of Meridian. So it's right over the city of Meridian. This is diving southeast. This will be impacting near Bosque here here shortly. So we'll be watching that activity. Let's go back closer to home. All right, so we got some pretty intense rains now in the city of Gunner. Very intense rains picking back up in the city of Gunner. Let's put the hail core on that one. This is likely some pocket change hail falling out of that activity. Check my, obviously I got so many messages here. Uh, 27 messages. Oh. All right, I just have to look at that later. Okay, so right now we're watching two severe thunderstorm warnings, one for Collin County and one for Denton County towards Flower Mound. Looks like we got some pretty intense rains over the city of Gunner, very intense rains over highway. Looks like County Road 121, County Road 121, and Preston. County Road 121 in Preston in the city of Gunner. Very intense rain shaft that has now moved east right over the city of Gunner. Poor, and it should be poor in Gunner. I looked up, we've got 3 tornado warnings now. All right, so we have 3 tornado warnings. It's definitely getting more active now. 3 tornado warnings happening. Most of them are south of the Metroplex. All right, so right now, more pressing closer within the Metroplex is the activity over Collin County, Gunner, and this new activity down here towards Timberlake Trails. Pretty intense rains. Going to be moving through just maybe north of Aubrey. This will be north of Aubrey here. Yeah, definitely pouring in Gunner. Are you... Hey, Russell, are you experiencing any hail out of the activity? Are you getting any like pocket change hail? Can you hear it hit the windows, or you get a visual on it? Because that hail core, okay, pea-size hail. All right, so pea-size hail out of that. All right, so here's the other system coming out of Rome. That'll be heading towards Roanoke, Bedford, Flower Mound region, Colleyville. Yeah, pouring down in Gunner. Yeah, definitely should be. You're right over that deep purple. Very intense rain. All right, so it looks like I've gotten 0.55 inches of rain. See if we add to that. 0.55. Hey, no hail at our house and Gunner yet. Tornado watch until 11 p.m. tonight in the Temple area. Yes, yes. Tornado watch continues till 11. Rain started again and over McKinney. Okay, so you're on the northern side of there. So confirmations raining now again in McKinney. We still got that tornado warning ongoing for Bosque and Hill County. Bosque and Hill County further south. We don't have confirmation of a tornado on the ground, but we do have a lot of rotation within that cell. There's currently 3 tornado warnings. You can see them here highlighted in red. All right, so we got some heavier rains about to hit the Justin area. That's about to hit Roanoke, heading directly towards Flower Mound, it appears. So Flower Mound, you should be in sights to seeing some very intense rains here shortly. And further north, it's heavier rains came out of Gunner, and they're shifting over to the city of Howe. They'll be near the city of Howe. Actually, closer to Van Alstyne. Yeah, so those heavier rains will more or less going to be impacting more of Van Alstyne. Hey, lots of thunder in the Gunner area. Yeah, you can see all the lightning strikes. White right. Is it back behind me? I know it's up here. Tioga, Whitesboro, White right. Smith. Just not seeing it. Okay, Whitesboro. I think it's north of 75. Okay, sorry. I'm just not spotting Whitesboro, White right at the moment. Okay, so the one further south. All right, looks like we got some heavier rain trying to pick back up again in between Pilot Point and Aubrey. In between Pilot Point and Aubrey. But that looks to be the back half of it. So, all right, I'm starting to hear the rain outside. All right, let me try it again. Ravenna, Smith Oak. Okay, east of 75. Denison. I know it's right here. I've been to it many times. I don't know, guys. You get tired and you start glazing over. I can't find it. Sorry. Right. White Rock. There's White Rock. Okay. So yeah, so we have this activity over a gunner here. All right, let me put. So far, these storms are kind of holding their own. They're not really intensifying. That's always a good thing. At least these storms up here. This could be a pocket of bigger size pocket change, maybe up to a quarter up here in Pilot Point and Aubrey. All right, let's go check on those tornado warnings further south. Still radar indicated for that velocity out of Meridian. You can see the rotation right here, just north of Bosque. We put the movement on that one. That's going to be traversing across Highway 22, Highway 22. You're going to make me find White Rock, huh? East of Van Alstyne. All right, let me try this again. Okay, I know where Van Alstyne is. Go up in Van Alstyne. Okay, so Cannon, Trenton, White Right. Yay, I found it. Tom Bean. Okay, east of Tom Bean. All right. I knew it was up here. Okay, so let me put back the. All right, so White Right. So you're gone on the border of that severe thunderstorm warning. It seems like that first wave has kind of come through, and then the second wave. I don't know. You're kind of in that lower end zone. You're just kind of in between. You got some clearing right now, but this is all kind of moving east, so you might be somewhat in the clear here. It doesn't appear you'll get the heaviest of stuff, right? I found it. I know. There's like White Rock, Whitesboro, White. Yeah, I think Whitesboro is on west of 75, and then White Right is on east of 75. That's why I had them flipped. All right. But yeah, to me, it looks like these these cells that are going to be coming through Collin and Grayson County. It doesn't appear there's anything on the backside of this, guys. I mean, so we'll have to watch these storms further south that has that tornado warning, and especially the ones that have dived southeast now. A really low clouds in Honey Grove. All right, so you got that leading edge of that heavier rain over Anna, Pilot Grove. It's raining big time in Salina, Anna. Maybe just north of Melissa here. Pilot Grove, Howell, into Gunner. Doesn't appear anything fairly significant, but the heaviest rain is further back north of Aubrey, north of Spring Hill, Mustang. No, I would not say Dallas is done. You got all this activity out west here. Yeah, Dallas is not done. I will let you know when you're done. Like Gainesville is done. Like a places like Gainesville is done. Like Decatur is done. Bridgeport's done. Springtown's done. I mean, you could probably fair to say Denton is done. But everything else to the east is not done. All right, so we're starting to get the winds picking up here. We're starting to get the winds to really start to pick up here. Yeah, tomorrow we soar. Very intense dry line sets up, west wind. You got a downsloping wind. The record is 95, folks. And right now I'm going with 93. So we'll see if we get a spike with compressional heating. So it can't be ruled out that we get near record high temperatures tomorrow. The record is 95 from 1989. But we have a strong cap in place tomorrow, but there will be more storms along the dry line out west. So we'll have to see if that gets too far east. I'll just update that in the morning. And then the Tuesday setup too. So we still got a couple more days here we have to look out for. Not looking forward to tomorrow and Tuesdays. Yeah, Tuesday is going to be one of those intense days again, like Friday. Okay, Shreveport. We've got a developing tornado warning in the Shreveport area. Brand new tornado warning for northwestern Louisiana, northeastern Texas. Looks like there was a storm that was over Karnak, over the city near Karnak, or 9 miles east of Marshall. 9 miles east of Marshall, which is this setup right here by Scottsville. So brand new tornado warning that just got issued. Need to be in your safe zone. Out there, this is way out there, far north, far east Texas. But yeah, this has been the biggest hail core of the night. This is what I was afraid of that might have happened over the Metroplex. That obviously didn't. We had very large hail coming through Longview. This has been dropping some significant hail along its path. So this is definitely by far the biggest hail of the evening. And this is obviously a supercell has the highest cloud tops of the day. And, once it's able to capture that, then you're going to lay down a pretty good significant hail core for a long period of time. So that was my concern, over the Metroplex in a lot of areas, that we'd have these supercells that's dropping big hail over large swaths of areas. But, at least as of right now, there was nothing of the sort. So those supercells have been, kept at bay. I mean, looking at some of these cloud tops, look, that's 54,000 feet. So that's 55,000 feet. This is easily by far the biggest hail of the night. There's Scottsville, 54,000 feet, 52,000 feet. So yeah, this was what I was concerned about over portions of the Metroplex. But so far those have kept in towards the 40,000 range. So they have not become too significant. But look, I mean, that's a pretty massive hail core right there, covering up a huge area of real estate. Center Park, Darko, Tatum, all those areas down there by Longview. All right, let's head back closer to home. All right, so we still got that severe thunderstorm warning for Collin County until 7:45. We're looking at some heavier rains coming out of Gunner. This is along Highway 75. It should be pouring in Anna and Melissa. Looks like rain's starting to pick up again in Prosper. And then we also have that batch of activity further west towards Flower Mound, Roanoke, Keller. That'll be heading towards Bedford. This will likely get extended and include the Carrollton, Dallas, Garland, Plano areas over the next 20 minutes or so. Hey, just starting to see rain here in McKinney, close to Coit and 380. So Coit and 380, which is Custer, Hillcrest. All right, so there's Coit and 380 right here. So you're about to get hit with some heavier rains for you. But you can see there's nothing behind it. So it might rain for 10, 15 minutes. And hey, it was fun. All we did was fly around on the chopper. Heavy rain in Hazlet. All right, so severe thunderstorm warning for Collin County for another 20 minutes or so. So we've been doing live storm coverage since 3, so about 4.5 hours now. And so far, we've had several confirmed tornadoes south of the Metroplex. Some pretty intense hail happening right now in the Longview and the Marshall area. We have several tornado warnings currently further south in the metro. Well, 5. Is that 5 tornado warnings happening now? All right, so let's zoom out here. They're all south of the Metroplex. So we got, all right, so this is a brand new tornado warning for the Killeen area. So let's look at this one. All right, again, the southeast turn. This is what I was concerned about to being more tornadic. There was a storm that was over Fort Hood. Over the Fort Hood area, moving southeast at 30 miles an hour. This is for Corral County in central Texas and Central Bell County in central Texas. A developing radar indicated tornado could be near Harker Heights at 7:30, the Killeen area at 7:35, Stillhouse Hollow Lake at 7:45, and Belton at 7:50. So Belton, 7:50. So be in your safe zone. Immediate down here for this rotating supercell that is diving southeast into central Texas. All right, so it's starting to rain, starting to pour again at my house. All right, let's go further north, back where these warnings are. Yeah, not seeing too much concern in here. Might get some gustier winds, some heavier rains, but nothing like it could have been, guys. That's for sure. We do have 5 tornado warnings, but these are all south of the Metroplex. There's 5 active tornado warnings south of the Metroplex. There's one coming out of Marshall. And Palestine. So let's look at this one. This is just north of Grapeland. Let's see. There was a storm near the city of Elkhart, or 10 miles south of Palestine, northeast at 35 miles an hour, developing radar indicated tornado. For this particular system, as you can see, the tornado, or at least the radar indicated tornado right here, just near the city of Elkhart. This is moving northeast. So Slocum is in its path. Alder Branch, County Road 323. Looks like some intense rains now over my area. I'm getting hit with the heavier rains. Okay, so we got the extension on the severe thunderstorm warning. This is now for northeastern Hunt County, western Delta County, southwestern Lamar County, southern Fannin County. Another storm that was located over the Bonham State Park area near Bonham that was moving at 30 miles an hour to the east. Yeah, so the main area of interest is this deep purple here south of Bonham, moving eastbound. Locations in its path, Wolf City, Pleasant Grove, Honey Grove area, Roxton, Oak Ridge, Wyndham. Those areas are in the zone to seeing that heavier rain. All right, so I'm getting the blinding rain now at my house. I can just hear the little tings in my window every once in a while. The heavier rains right over the Bloomdale area and North McKinney. Looks like another pocket of very heavy rain over Westminster. And another area of concern is down here towards Flower Mound, Highland Village, Louisville. Another area that has a little bit more intense rain. Yeah, pea-sized hail. That's basically kind of what I'm getting at my house. Yeah, I don't really see any significant hail with this. In fact, they just went ahead and let the severe thunderstorm warning expire now. Hey, quick shout out to all my PAL partners out there. Pronell Roofing and Solar, Woodruff Windows, Rude Legal, No Sweat Experts, Alternative Home, Energy and Maintenance, Papa Rob's Coffee, VIP Contractors, VIP General Contractors, God Given Health, Elderberry, as well as the Dallas Dent Company, and Tim Payne, he's a realtor with Keller Williams, and Premier Painting, as well as Collin County Yard Greetings. And I need to update my, I'll send an update because there was a few more that I'm going to add here. But greatly appreciate all my supporters and partners out there. Who was it? Not looking at it. WH Smart Home is another one. Brand new technology company that just started with me. Hey Terry, thanks for all you do. I appreciate it. All right, let me get back to these because we do have some active tornado warnings happening. Yeah, pretty concerned about this one further south and towards Killeen. Pretty big velocity scan on that one. This is the one by Fort Hood. This was the storm that was located over the Fort Hood area. MyGarageFloors.com was another one. My Garage Floors. They're the ones that did my flooring in my garage. That was phenomenal. But yes, newly developed tornado warning down here towards Killeen. This activity is diving southeast. This is the activity that's diving southeast towards the Belton, towards the Harker Heights area, towards 35. Yeah, radar indicated tornado down here in central Texas. And then there's one towards the Whitley area. Another tornado warning south of the Metroplex by Clifton. That was a storm that was near Clifton that was also diving southeast as well. That's right over Lake Whitney State Park right now. Lake Whitney State Park. Hey, pouring right now in Town Lake and 75. There's sun to the west. Oh yeah, is there still? I guess it's still only 7:30, huh? It's still daylight. My blinds are shut. I can't see. Should open the blinds. I want to see. Hey, that'd be cool if you get a rainbow out of the deal. Yeah, not out of the question. Could set up a nice sunset for some of these folks. Because I mean, it looks like it's pretty much almost, if you're in the back half, if you're in Prosper, you're pretty much done. Yeah, so you might have a little bit of clearing by the time a couple more, 20 minutes or so before sunset. Yeah, the sky is very eerie in McKinney. Yeah, you set up some really nice rainbow shots like this. It's timing. Depends on where you're at, but yeah. If you get any good rainbows, if you see a rainbow out there, please send it to me. It's kind of a weird shape, severe thunderstorm warning. I mean, almost Van Alstyne, not like maybe 10 more minutes or so. Hailing in Blue Ridge. So when you say hailing, is it just pea-size hail, like pocket change hail? Yeah, so here's Blue Ridge. Yeah, you see you got some deep purples here, and yeah, you got a little some pea-size hail over your area. A little bit bigger heading towards Oak Ridge. Definitely a little bit bigger heading towards Oak Ridge. I would imagine that cell would head towards the Roxton area. That's going to head towards the Roxton area. We still have 5 active tornado warnings. So it's not like there's nothing going on. We have 5 active tornado warnings. They are south of the Metroplex, and you see these little isolated pockets of supercells that all have rotation with them. Pretty intense hail core over Slocum area. That was over Elkhart. Had some rotating over the city of Elkhart. Also moving east at 35 miles an hour. Let's swing over to the border here. All right, so here's another tornado warning right on the border heading towards Shreveport. That's the one that was over Karnak. That was over Karnak, or just 9 miles east of the Marshall area. Yeah, so if we zoom into that one, I might have to switch radar sites here. Let me go to Shreveport. You can pick that up better. Okay, so this is the Shreveport site. Yeah, this hail core further south has really been holding its own. That's the one that was over Longview. I got to look at that because that's got to be some of the biggest hail if that's captured it yet. All right, let's look at that. That definitely appears to be the biggest hail of the night. Wow, 3¼ inches, guys. There you go. There's that 3 inches confirmed right here. We had to wait till 7:30, but there it is, 3½ inches. I told you that was some large hail down there. Yeah, 3½ inches. That is baseball size hail that went over. Yeah, this whole swath. This is what I was concerned about. Really over the heart of the Metroplex, and just didn't happen, which is a great thing. But yeah, golf ball size hail really started unfolding. Smaller size by Lindell, towering cloud tops, rose 50,000, 55,000 feet, came through Kildor, and just south of Longview, they exploded 2¼ inches. And then they just kept intensifying. 2.83 over 3 inches there, 3½ inches, 3 inches. So that was a pretty big, significant hail core, with the most significant between Center Point and Darko, 3½ inches. That will bust out your windshield, no question. That's a lot of damage to your roofs. I mean, anything that touches 3½ inches does some serious damage. So if I expanded, so yes, you had that supercell. You had that first supercell that's continuing. You had a second supercell. Then you have that third one. And there's another wave here. That's the biggest wave. But further north, it started off in Fort Worth. We had some 1½ inch hail confirmed by a National Weather Service employee. That did happen south of Haltom City. But as you can see, not much in the heart of the Metroplex. And we had a swath earlier in the evening, but not terribly too big, just maybe some quarter size. Hey, Christy, thanks so much for the super sticker. But yes, by far the biggest hail of the evening has been further south. When they made that southeast turn, right? So we talked about the southeast turn. That is definitely southeast. That is southeast. And this one is essentially southeast. So when they made that southeast turn, that's when you had the bigger hail. And you can see it's still there. That hail core is significant. We're still seeing some massive hail fall out of that supercell. We've got 56,000 feet cloud tops, very towering down here in East Texas, far East Texas, 56,000 feet, guys. That can produce some serious hail. And that's all heading towards Shreveport. That's the highest cloud top of the day. It's got a lot more room to put those big hailstones and have them grow, and the more intense updraft. Yeah, but all that deep blue here, massive swath, massive hail here. Panola, Bethany, fields. That's moving east to southeast. All right. So speaking of that, now that we got some deep purples trying to form back up again near 121, near the mid cities area by 360. I'm going to go get me a protein bar. Tribe Wellness and Concierge. Yes. Thank you. Thanks, Stephanie. Appreciate you being a pal partner. I'm going to be updating my list there. I was just getting some protein. Has anybody seen a rainbow out there? What is this? Breaking news? What is this? Severe thunderstorm warning for Grapevine. Okay, so they did extend this. There it is. They did extend this severe thunderstorm. So brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Dallas, Irving, and Mesquite. This is for the Grapevine area. For this cell right here, pretty intense cell moving through. And you can see this is almost trying to take that southeast turn too. So this is a little bit more concerning. Still says it's moving east, but yeah, severe thunderstorm, northeastern Tarrant County, central Dallas County. So at 7:41, there was that storm over Euless, moving eastbound at 40 miles an hour. There's the storm that they're talking about over the Euless area, moving east with a slight southeast turn. Right now, the hell's pretty much at bay, but these are taking, they're starting to take that southeast turn. So that's, you've seen it further south. We've had a history of bigger hell with those southeast turns. So this is going to be, this all includes Grapevine, the Euless area, Irving, the University Park, Dallas, Mesquite, Sigleville, Lawson areas. All those areas are under that severe thunderstorm warning until 8:30. And it's really because of this main squall line that is going to be coming through here. And I got the protein shake since Snowy. All right. Okay, so it looks like to me you're pretty much done in Sherman, McKinney, Gunner, Denton, really Frisco. I think you're done for the evening. Yeah, big time hell trying to produce back again towards Killeen and Belton. I got a rainbow. Rainbow and Anna. Cool. Hey, thanks everyone sending me some pics of the storms and the rainbow. Yeah, pretty cool. You're able to see a rainbow before nightfall there. All right, so let's put the new scan on it. These are all moving east. This one's kind of holding its own towards Euless. That'll be impacting Irving here shortly. It's another storm that's going to impact Dallas. Dallas is within that zone for the next 45 minutes or so. I've seen some of those stronger storms. This activity further northeast near Honey Grove doesn't look too bad. Definitely some heavier rains that come out of Leonard. This is all heading towards the Commerce area, eventually the Cooper area, maybe Roxton here. Yeah, very dark skies. Well, you're probably just seeing, with the sun going down, and then the storm clearing, but there's nothing. You're just getting that last wave of seeing the sun go down, illuminating the dark sky. But you can see here, there's nothing happening in McKinney now. It's everything's done. Anna was done. They got a picture of the rainbow up there in Anna after it cleared out. So really, everything's moved off to the east now. Everything has moved further south of the Metroplex and really south of Waco by Killeen. Some pretty intense hell cores developed down there. Belton, Liver River Academy, towards the Temple area. Yeah, Fairview, yeah, you're on the east side of 75, so you're still in the rain department. If we zoom in, yeah, there's Fairview. Yeah, here's Dallas. We're just waiting for that one storm to come your way. It's knocking on your doorstep. It's in Irving. It's a pretty intense cell. It's going to be a quick hit. This thing's flying at 40 miles an hour. It's moving east, but very torrential rains with this one. All right, right now the leading edge is 183 and 356. It's probably about 5 or 7 minutes away from Dallas, the Art Districts, Deep Ellum, Fair Park area, Bishop Arts District. Even some purple's trying to develop now. This does have more of a southeast glance to it, so let's hope this remains tame and doesn't get too big of a hell here, because it's definitely trying to go that way. Let's look at the cloud top on this one. This one. All right, not bad. 39,000 feet. That's not bad at all. Yeah, they should stay on the weaker side. Nothing like the 56,000 you're getting out in Longview right now. But it's pretty small and compact. It's over Irving. It's heading over Highland Park. Yeah, they're about to get drenched over there. University Park. This will all eventually coming out of Dallas will head towards Balch Springs, the Mesquite area. Probably eventually, Kaufman, Terrell, Heartland, all those areas will start to get the system. Sorry. DeKalb. Here's another little storm that's that also has some fairly decent sized hail with it as well. That's heading towards Rusk, and down there in far southeast Texas. We still got that tornado warning happening further south. This is now by Belton. That's the area of concern by Belton. Radar indicated southeast movement. The hail core is growing in intensity here. West Cliff, Belton, Midway. Pretty large hail coming out of that system. Yeah, look at the cloud top on that one. 49,000 feet. Definitely some bigger hail falling out of that system. Yeah, right over the city of Belton. Is getting pounded right now. Very heavy, very large hail. Interstate 35, 14 looks to be traveling maybe just south of the Temple area. South of the Temple area, diving southeast. Some areas in its path are the Little River Academy. Yeah, it's approaching the 8 o'clock time frame. Yeah, the main hours were really 3 to 8, and the Metroplex we're seeing the back half of this. We got the storm coming out of Dallas that's going to be lasting for another 33 minutes or so. Let's go back and look at that tornado watch again and see if they extended it. It looks like they did. Okay, so here is the updated tornado watch. They went ahead and let the western zones expire. If you're west of Fort Worth, you're basically out of the tornado watch now. And it's pushed east and a little bit further south. So these are diving southeast. These are all heading towards the College Station area. This extends as far south as Madisonville, Lufkin, Nacogdoches, Shreveport area. Pretty intense storms heading towards Shreveport, eventually hit to Ruston, all within that tornado watch still. This tornado watch goes until 11 o'clock. And it's west to east. So, I mean, even though there's areas that goes until 11 o'clock, you're pretty much done if you're in Cleburne, if you're in Gatesville. Even though you're all under a tornado watch, you're still done. There's nothing else going to happen the rest of the night. Arlington, Bedford, Flower Mound, Frisco, even McKinney. Yeah, all those areas are done for the night. I mean, sometimes they expire counties as they're done, and sometimes they just let it play out and let it continue with the tornado watch until it expires on its own. All right, so where are we at, guys? Jerry, so do you think there's a real chance that St. Louis, Missouri sees tornadoes on Tuesday? Yeah, we'll delve more into Tuesday. I mean, Tuesday is going to be a very big event. Again, multi-state severe weather outbreak. It's going to cover a lot of the same areas that got hit on Friday, unfortunately. Many of the same areas. But yeah, I put out a video every single morning. I updated it this morning, and I can get a little bit more detailed tomorrow morning. I was getting it out fairly quick because this was the coverage I was going to do this afternoon on this storm. But even in tomorrow, I mean, we can look at this. We can just look at this real quick. All right, so day 2 tomorrow. Updated day 2. Okay, so they went ahead and they do have a slight risk for severe storms. I mean, a marginal risk. We're gonna have a very active dry line tomorrow. I don't want to confuse anybody, but we're looking at tomorrow. This is tomorrow. We're gonna have a very active dry line, and yes, we could, but we do have a strong cap over the Metroplex. So it's gonna be one of those situations. We're gonna soar into the low to mid 90s tomorrow afternoon. Active dry line comes in out west. And we do have a strong cap in place, but if we're able to break that cap, we could see some more storms over the Metroplex. So we'll just have to watch that in the morning. I'll update in the morning on that one. And then day 3 is the Tuesday setup. So on Tuesday, it's widespread severe weather outbreak like last week. We have 2 modes. We have 2 enhanced risk that include all the way up to the Chicago region, Milwaukee, Madison, all of Chicago, does include the St. Louis area. And then that further south system, Little Rock, the southern mode, and maybe Dallas gets clipped with that system. So, but I'll update in the morning. And then just massive blizzard happening in the Dakotas and Minnesota. It's April, and we got like a real big time blizzard happening. I mean, some of these areas could get a foot or 2 of snow on Tuesday and Wednesday, especially for South Dakota. Yeah, very active day on Tuesday. All right, so let's pull back to real-time activity now. Okay, so the tornado warnings have expired. It looks like all 5 of them now have expired. We have that active cell that's now over downtown Dallas, raining big time over downtown Dallas. Highland Park, University Park. A weather on the go. There's a lull in severe weather by the middle of April, then a big finish to the month of April, beginning of May. Hey, I appreciate you looking at the long range. I know we cool off a little bit after Thursday, it seems like. Bunch of rain coming in further south. Yeah, but we need a little break from the severe weather for at least a couple weeks. It's been active. It's been an active 2 weeks. All right, the sun has set here. It's completely dark now. We still got that severe thunderstorm warning that goes on for another 20 minutes or so. It seems like this storm has kept at bay because we saw the cloud top. It was only 39,000 feet, so doesn't have as much room to work with. Yeah, these storms are kind of keeping at bay and not getting out of hand. And we move off to the east now. Let's watch this storm that's had a history of producing big time hail. Looks like that's even come down. That's not as significant as it was. But that was a massive hail swath that came through Longview and Marshall. And now it's over Shreveport with some bigger hail. Further south, looks like that storm is kind of weakened a little bit. And then you have the Killeen storm. This had a tornado a tornado warning. Oh, this has got some 70-mile-per-hour winds to it. That was that storm over Belton. 70-mile-per-hour winds, some big ping pong size hail. This is Bell County and Milam County, south of Temple. Yeah, those storms are going to continue to dive southeast. Yeah, southeast, 30 miles an hour. Yeah, so really for the heart of the Metroplex, there's only this left. There's only this severe thunderstorm warning that will be expiring here shortly. Hey, how's Greenville and Celeste and Hunt County looking? Right now, there's no severe thunderstorm warnings out there. It looks like the activity has really started to calm down a lot. It definitely wasn't intense as it could have been in the heart of the Metroplex for sure. We did have some big hail, that's for sure, but it was all south of the Metroplex. The biggest hail of the evening was towards the Darko area down Longview, 3.5 inches down there, some significant baseball size hail. We had a National Weather Service employee to 1.5 inches in Haltom City, just east of Fort Worth. But I can post the hail swath after I get done with this live. I figure I'd hang on until this one expires for another 20 minutes, if it even lasts that long. But things are winding down, folks. That's a good thing. We did see some tornadoes this today. They were further south of the Metroplex. The National Weather Service would be doing their surveys. We had up to 5 tornado warnings happening at the same time at one point. And we definitely had some pockets of big hail sporadically, mainly across the western regions and south of the Metroplex. So I'll see the setup tomorrow. It's a very intense day with a very active dry line. I think we get close to record high temperatures. It's going to be a quick spike. You get compressional heating with the west downsloping wind. It rapidly shoots up. Like that's what happened the other day when we hit 88. It went from 82 to 88. I was watching it in like 10 minutes. So we might get the spike like right before we could get some initial maybe downburst winds from a thunderstorm. So we'll see how this plays out tomorrow. As I was looking at the data before I started this live, we did have a fairly stout cap in place for tomorrow. So if that kind of weakens, if that subsides, and obviously things change big time, because the dry line will be just as active today as it was active that was today than what is tomorrow. Yeah, but overall, this is gonna wind down in the next couple of minutes or so. This activity is pretty much done, but the rest of the Metroplex and northeast of the Metroplex tend to be non-severe storms now. So everything is shifted south. So any severe storms are probably going to be in central Texas and in far east Texas for the rest of the evening. But I'm going to probably call it a night, guys. It is 8:05. The brunt of it. There's no active tornado warnings right now. We definitely went through the brunt of the severe stuff that was supposed to unfold from 3 to 8. That was the main window. Even though the tornado watch does go on till 11 o'clock in a lot of places, doesn't mean you're still going to get activity till 11. Sometimes they'll let it expire, but for the most part, if you're west of the I-35 corridor, you're going to be done for the evening. And there's some areas that are still not done, obviously, for the east side of there. All right, I enjoyed it. Glad it didn't get as bad as what it could have been tonight, for sure. What some of the data definitely displayed earlier. Appreciate all the new followers out there. everybody watching both on platforms, Facebook and YouTube. Thanks for all the donations, the super chats. Appreciate all the supporters, PAL partners. I'll make a post with them. If anybody needs a help with any of my PAL partners, they're definitely willing to help you. All right, guys, y'all be safe. Y'all have a good night, and I will update in the morning. All right, bye.